All right, let's try this again. One more time. One more time for the slow class. All right. How do I sound? Do I sound okay at least? This time? It should be good. It should be good. I think I know what was wrong. Very sick, brokenhearted, drank a lot of coffee and farted at the end. Joseph Osborne, Billingtano, Dionysus. Thank you for making it back to the stream. Liz the Iron Maiden, Jeff Rust, good to see you. Dr. E. Vales, Chi-Chi, what's up? What's up? Hola, Chi-Chi. The Accidental Alchemist, Corey, thank you. Okay, we're good. We're good. Are we in good shape? Did I finally figure my shit out? Oh my god. What a freaking nightmare, you guys. I had to order this new mirror. It's different. Anyway, it's weird. We'll see. We'll see how this works out. Because my other one crapped out. Anyways, what's up, you guys? Happy 420. Happy 420. Today is my beautiful daughter's birthday. My daughter is 14 today. Yes, I had a 420 baby. She hates it, by the way. She hates she hates having a 420 birthday because, like, she can't put her name. Like, she had, when she was little, she was playing games and she'd use a username, Carriana 420, and it got banned. They banned her because of her name. She's like, they banned me because my name. I was like, oh my god, my poor daughter. Anyway, it's funny. How's everybody doing today? Clicked in the last one as it clicked off. Yeah, we figured it out pretty fast. Somebody, the sound was totally hosed up. So I just dumped it real quick and restarted. Yeah, Hitler's birthday. There was something else too. She has like a whole list of reasons why. It's not just Hitler's birthday. There's something else happens on that day too. I can't remember. Like, we should look it up. All the stuff that happens on this day. Um, she's at school. She's at school, or I would have her. Or I would have her tell you. She's at school. Or I would. It would be cool to have her chime in. Hello, Sue Finelli. Hello, Spicy Sarah. Where do I buy weed? Yeah. Oops. So anyway, I'm also using a different camera because my son is now doing virtual school and he needs a camera. He needs to be on camera for his classes, and he didn't have a webcam, and I had to give him my camera because the school computer crapped out. Go figure. Those stupid Google Chromebooks that they give everybody. They're always crapping out. Anyway. So yeah, everything's all weird. You can see a little date on there. It says April 20th. I can't figure out how to turn the date off. I was trying to mess with it to turn the date off of the camera, but whatever. Who cares? Hello, Southern Belle. So anyway, what kind of fun stuff's going on in the world today? I'm sorry I wasn't able to do proper streaming last week, but I feel like I think I finally figured out the kinks. From the update change, things seem to be working better now. Maybe I can take time and I can reset up my panning mics because I missed that kind of, but we'll see. What do you guys think? I celebrated on 1/5. The thought of Russia bombing Finland to teach it a hard lesson brings to mind the song Time Zones. What's up, Fast Eddie Flathead? Last week was a good time though, yeah. Live from the yard. That was fun. It was fun. I liked it. War with Iran. More war with Iran. Israel entrenches hold on South Lebanon, dude. South Lebanon. So Israel IDF soldiers are in Lebanon destroying Christian churches. Are you guys surprised? They took a statue of Jesus and they hit its head with a sledgehammer. Because they love Jesus with their Judeo-Christian values. Did y'all see that? They just love Jesus. Destroying churches. Nice change of pace. Time zones in the rebellion chat. Sick of CGI and ZGI. I know. And AI and all that freaking garbage. All the garbage. All the garbage. All the garbage. You know what I'm saying? Happy 420 triple D's. You enjoyed last week's show? Thank you, Sheepdog. Maybe I could do other streams from the yard. besides coffee talk. I don't know. It was kind of fun. I like being out there. Can show you all the cool stuff that Ted has done. For the chickies, their little like mini wannabe homestead we got going on over here. Hello, genre user. Live in Karenland? Yeah, live from Karenland. Am I still in contact with Brian Staveley? Yeah. Yes, I am. Brian works a lot, though, you guys. I have to tell you, he works very hard and he works a lot over there. He's hustling. I could try to see if I can get him to say hi to you guys sometime if you want, but he really tried to reduce his online footprint because he's trying to do real estate. You know what I'm saying? So that's what's up with that. Brian's doing good though. He has his dog and his apartment over there on the lake, on Lake Normie. If you guys saw that video that I made, it might be in my members section. Actually, I think it is. Where we went and we rented a boat. NDB was there. We rented a boat. Rented a thingamajigger. They brought a little floaty and we were towing it behind the boat. We were having a good old time. It was fun. Mr. Real Estate, yeah. Live on the home, Ted. How are you still not seeing it? Just look at the direction of the sun as it rises and sets in the south. It's literally the opposite of north. Okay. I'm not going to disagree with you there. But there's no curvature and there's no motion. And the sun and the motion of the sun and how you see it can be explained through means other than Earth is a ball rotating around the sun. So that's what's up. I'm sorry if that upsets you. I wish you all the best. Yeah. Pontoon boat, yeah. Hey, MFT, what's up? Saw his real estate ad and called him and he said he wasn't doing ME anymore. Yeah. Yeah, dude, he's not. He stopped doing all that stuff because, you know, you can't make a living off of talking about Mandela effect because he tried. You know, it's just not, you know, it doesn't work out. I mean, there's other big channels that talk about Mandela effect and stuff, but they also, you know, throw a lot of hogwash in there with it. And like, that's why these channels get big, you know, because YouTube supports anything that, or, you know, they love to promote anything that is, you know, has any sort of misleading content in it. You know what I'm saying? Like they aren't interested in promoting people who want to tell you the truth. They're interested in promoting fantasy, like on every level. So, you know, I think he got up to like 17,000 subscribers on that channel, but constantly being banned, shadow banned. Just odd that you don't understand what it means. I do understand. See, that's what it's odd that you keep thinking that we don't understand these things. That's what's odd. It's like you must not listen very often, and that's fine because you're probably not a flat earther. So why would you be watching hours and hours of me, a flat earther, running my mouth? Like, I get it. Okay. But what you don't understand is that I've been here for 10 years and I understand perfectly well what is going on here. I understand perfectly well what is seen in the sky, and I also understand perfectly well about the ground that we stand on does not curve at the rate that they tell you it does with their, ball Earth radius, okay? There is no proof of R. There's no proof of motion. How do you not understand that? That's what I want to know. How do you not understand that? At least I admit that the sun is circumpolar, that the manifestation of the sun does happen around the poles. What we see, like the position of the lights in the sky from our observer point of view, like I agree with all that. I understand how that works. But you don't understand is that doesn't mean that the earth is a ball. And you don't understand that there are many, many things that are well-known properties in physics, natural physics, that work here on Earth, that work today, that can explain how the lights in the sky work, or offer one plausible explanations to how the lights in the sky work. Okay? But nobody can explain why there's no curvature measured over long distances. Nobody can explain that. They just go, refraction. No. Refraction does not make things bend up over the edge of a ball, around a corner and stuff. Okay? If you can see an object, it's there. If you see it, it's there. So anyway, whatever. I use mockery, Karen. Scolding a cultist about their cult doesn't work. You have to break the spell first. Whatever. What kind of boat was it? Not a doom topic. People want fear. Mandela was always about stuff in the past. Yeah. No, it's true. They love to promote like people who want to, freak you out and scare you and make you think that the world is ending and blah, 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 blah. You know what I'm saying? Look into optical properties of magnetic fields. Answer so many of the sky observations. Yeah. I was flat for 8 years. Oh, and then what? You were one of those people who were like a follower of Jaren, right? So when Jaren made that stupid proclamation about if you see the sun go circumpolar in the south, then that means that the earth is a ball, which is a stupid freaking thing to say. That's so stupid. So then as soon as Jaren jumped ship, you were like, yep, me too, because whatever Jaren says, I think. I don't think for myself. And never mind the fact that Jaren was there for so many of these conversations that we had that talk about these things. It's like he doesn't pay attention to anything at all. Are you fluffy now? Well, it means you were just a Jaren fanboy is what you were. I mean, I don't know. That means you didn't really do any of your own research. Because I feel like all the people who actually did their own research and understand what's going on here, and there's plenty of them, because look at, they're all in chat. They weren't affected. They were just like, what is he doing? Jaren, what are you doing? Right? But people who just, I don't know what your thought process is or was or whatever, but apparently you didn't understand what was going on. You just listened to Jaren. Were you one of those dudes crying after Jaren went back to ball? How can you do this? No, wait, no, you were just, or did you just go, okay, yeah, it's a ball. Jaren says so. Jaren said so. You know, whatever. Why do the stars reset? Fuckface, all recorded history. Yeah. I fucking love science has a link, huh? So-called nobleness. Nobleness D also went back to the globe years ago. Who? Explains how you can't believe in flat Earth if you've ever seen a lunar eclipse. Oh my god. Hey, you know what? Didn't I show you my shadow videos debunk this garbage? This is retarded. It's literally retarded. I understand the ball is odd as F, but the South explains it. No, it doesn't, dude. It doesn't, though. Because actually, some of their video actually backs up that the Earth is not a ball. Because they could see so far and it was so clear. No curvature. They should have been able to measure curvature on that ice that should have been conforming to the shape of a ball. Did any of them do any measurements to measure the curvature there? No. They just looked at the light in the sky going circumpolar, which is what light does if you understand physics. How do you know there's only one sun? How do you know there's only one manifestation of the sun? There's only one thing that they could do. There's only one thing that could prove that they could do that would make me seriously question flat Earth. And that is go through 3 separate groups of expeditions that go and rendezvous at the South Pole. One leaves from South Africa, one leaves from South America, and one leaves from Australia. And then all 3 groups go 3 separate directions and they have to all meet in the same place. It'll never happen. If Will Duffy had a brain, he would have done it that way. I could have gave him the idea before they went, but you know, I was just a No, they don't take me seriously. I wasn't even on first on the list. They wanted to send David Weiss, who said no. And then David Weiss, who says no, and then turns around and calls it all fake. Well, you can't not go. Watch other people go. Watch your friends go. Watch Austin and Jaron go, and then them come back and tell you, yeah, that was a real trip we did, and we saw the sun go circumpolar, and then turn around and call it fake, and basically call your friends liars. I mean, what the actual FUCK with that? You know, you don't get to not go and then turn around and tell everybody that went that they're liars and it's fake. What the, like, what? Not a very smart individual. The shadow of their perceived FE is vertical. I measured the ground. Bob was there, so was Karen. Yep. Earth is measured flat by every known measurement. See, therein lies the problem with the ball, my guy. Show me a triangle to the stars with a curved triangle method. Give me a full spectrum picture of the sun from outer space while they are in space would be nice also. The fiction experiment. The final excrement. What'd you send me? Oh, yes, Cammy. Let me, forward that to the rebellion. Anyway, I'm so glad I already went through the sun thing years ago, so I already knew from the get-go this was a bunch of horse hockey. The fact that the sun is visible still in the sky at 7 p.m. from Northern California when it's high noon over Australia, the sun shouldn't be visible if Australia is down under. Break down what's on screen. That's this is the stupid picture that Globies put to prove that Earth is not a flat disk in space, because if it was, when there's a lunar eclipse, this is what the eclipse would look like, which it wouldn't. That's retarded. But yeah, this is their BS red herring argument against the Earth being the center of things, because this is allegedly what a flat Earth eclipse would look like. Allegedly. Lobotomized. There you go. Hey, what's up, Harmon? Good to see you. I'm confused on how the disc projects, and yeah, because it's Luke, because they don't care about, they're just making fun. They don't care that that's not even what we think. They just don't care. This is just how they make fun of flat earthers. And then Globies go, oh, look, stupid flat earther. You're so stupid. You so dumb. Look what you think. Durr. And you're over here like, okay, buddy, that's not even close, but whatever. Not even close. Okay. Get this thing out of my face now. Hopefully you can see me okay, because like I said, I have a new camera. I hope it looks alright, but whatever, who cares? I'm sure it's fine. Transformation grids they actually use to wrap the sky. Yes. How do I rotate this? There we go. And it also kind of looks like what you see if you take a star time lapse near the equator. And perspective, of course, has a lot to do with it. Don't even understand what a stress tensor is. I'm still in the infinite plane cap, no dome assumed yet, ceiling instead that follows the plane. I mean, I don't know that you could ever prove it. I can't disprove it. I just don't think so. Just because infinite physical matter just seems weird, but I don't know. It could be. Could be. The bottom is where astrophysicists chart it. Top is the transformation. The transformation. Scusa. Good afternoon. Happy 420. 2 days to Earth Day. Vast then? I mean, it could be. There could be more beyond Antarctica, beyond what is assumed to be or presumed to be the ice wall. It just seems like, I just feel like that the way that, so how hostile it is and how it absolutely has nothing on it to support anything remotely close to like normal human life at all whatsoever. Like it's incredibly hostile. Like how Austin described it when he said when you went there, it was like, yeah, you weren't supposed to be there. You know, you weren't supposed to be there. Like the creator does not really want you going there. So they make it almost impossible. And, you know, even the further interior you get, the more harsh it is. Everything that is done in Antarctica is on the coast, essentially. So to me, it's almost like the creator made it that way just to like keep you, you know, in the place where it's happy and supports human life without making you face like a border or a fence or feel like you're in a cage, right? If you just go somewhere and you're like, ugh, I don't like that. I don't want to be there. It's cold. It's freezing. There's no food. There's no shelter. There's nothing to make shelter with. I'm out of here. As opposed to, what's on the other side of that wall? Why is that there? How do I get through this? You know what I'm saying? Because the creator would understand the curiosity and the drive, of humans to go and explore, So to me, it makes sense that the creator would make the edges or the edge of or the limit or the boundary more of a very inhospitable place that sort of naturally repels you back towards the center rather than putting up a wall or a cage or anything like that. Anything that could make you feel like you were in a prison, right? Ain't got no internet over there either. Well, they did, I guess, with Starlink. That's how they were streaming. And this is just my opinion. I could be wrong. I reserve the right to be wrong. They use topology and holonomy to show transformation between geometric projections. I'm in the vast plane camp with waters above and waters above, and the vast plane makes more sense. I mean, it is a vast plane. Probably dark too. The reason you don't see bugs in the winter, it's inhospitable. Yeah. You guys, does that make sense? I feel like it makes sense. Mark Sargent covered the wall pretty well in his FE Clues. Yeah. I love Mark, but I don't agree with everything he says. Let's look at that next picture, shall we? And there is the star trails. Oh, doesn't that look like what we were just looking at? Yeah. So precisely. New to FE, but you love me already? Well, Velvet Pilot, welcome and thank you for being here. I mean, I do believe this place is a vast plain. I mean, but think about it, you guys. How many of you have seen every country on Earth or been to every continent? Have you been everywhere there is to be? Have you seen everything there is to see? And do you think that you will ever do that in your lifetime? I know that's not going to happen for me. I've seen some stuff. I've been to Europe a few times. I've never been south of the equator. I need to go south of the equator. I've not done that. I've not been so far north, like in northern Alaska, where I could see the northern lights. I've only seen the northern lights when they very rarely come far south enough that I can see them with my phone camera, barely even with my bare eyes. Only one time I saw the sky was pink with my bare eyes. But like a lot of times you can't even see it unless you do a long exposure with the camera. And will I ever get to see these places that I want to see? I have no idea. There's so many cool places like in Europe and Africa and places that have extremely diverse and unusual mineral content, like places where these beautiful crystals are found. Like I would love to go on like a geology world tour, and see all this stuff. But am I ever going to see it? Not so likely, because the world is huge. It is vast, It seems small because we have connected ourselves virtually through the internet and cameras and technology and stuff, but really, it's a pretty big place. It's a pretty big place. He's a Matrix kind of guy. Yeah, Yeah, he thinks, yeah, he's a simulation guy. And that's cool. He could be whatever he wants. He can think whatever he wants. As long as he's okay if I don't think the same thing, which I know he is because we're still friends. And remember, we did, I co hosted Strange World with him for many years. I love Mark. He's a good dude. Madagascar, yes, Cammy. Lightning Ridge. My buddy has a friend in Alaska, complete F ear, yeah. Should have left it. There we go. Perfect. That's it. That's it right there. Except for this is just a little bit cut off. Like it's almost, yeah. It's not lined up exactly, but you see here's a pole here, another pole here, another pole over here, another circumpolar pole. Yeah, baby. Northern Lights used to smack back in the day, and I mean the recreational version. Oh. I know what you're talking about. I'm dating a witch now. She's coming around to F you pretty quick. That's hilarious. You're dating a witch, huh? Anyway, that is why I'm still a flat earther. It's just that simple. And this is ridiculous. And so is Neil deGrasse Tyson as a whole. He's completely ridiculous. Also, your roommates are witches. I don't know what the fuck's going on with your life. I don't know. Well, be careful, MFT. Careful. So, anyway, what's going on in the world? There was some stuff that I saw. Oh. Oh, last night you dated a Wiccan. I don't think it's the same as a witch, no. I'm down for some sex magic. Hello, Ollie V. Oh my gosh, that's funny. Only 12 people on Earth saw this ring of fire eclipse. Ooh. I know there was an eclipse recently that could only be seen from Antarctica. A remote Antarctic research team became the only people on Earth to witness a rare annular solar eclipse, and one scientist had to improvise to capture it. How cool. Last week, I don't know, a total solar eclipse from space. Is there a video of that? They keep talking about how Artemis saw a totally solar eclipse from space, but I never saw a video of that. Was that shared? Did anybody know? Um, oh my God. Tell me that's not it. Guys of NASA. I gotta fix my sound.
Space Center in Houston today.
Yeah, the 4 astronauts took questions for the first time since getting back, revealing new details about their historic 10-day mission. And they say they're still on cloud 9 days after splashdown. Sherelle Hubbard brings us
Because that was some good drugs they got, I bet.
A mission to study the moon's surface and carry out science experiments has taken on a deeper purpose.
We wanted to go out and try to do something that would bring the world together, to unite the world.
NASA's Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover,
Fail.
Christina Koch, and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen journeyed more than 250,000 miles from Earth, completed a record-breaking lunar flyby, and witnessed a total solar eclipse from beyond the moon.
When the sun eclipsed behind the moon, I think all 4 of us, I turned to Victor and I said, I don't think humanity has evolved to the point of being able to comprehend what we are looking at right now, because it was otherworldly.
Give me a break. Unprecedented views of solar eclipse captured by Artemis II. Oh, shut up. I'm gonna mute that sound. Why are you putting a watermark if NASA took this video? You guys. Well, how is the moon being lit up here if the sun is back here? Help me out. If the sun is down here, and clearly it's at this angle because it's back here, how is the moon lit up at all on this side right here? That doesn't even make sense. That's not at all how a lunar eclipse should work. So, yeah. Look at this. They're going to act like you can see the moon lit up right here? No. No. Oof. I'm sorry, that's... And also, here's another thing. Why is the sun so freaking small? Oh, because they're so allegedly closer to the moon. That's why. Yeah. No. See, now the moon's over here, or the sun's over here, and now there's no lit up this side? Whatever. Horse shit. Horse shit. Capture Artemis II lunar flyby. Bro. They just took pictures? There's no video? Oh my god. That's so... No. No. Oh my god. NASA eclipse footage from space. What does it say? Oh, this is found at Earth Brothers. Make flat earthers angry. Doesn't make me angry. It's just, it makes me upset, like how ridiculous their shit looks. You know? Like, that's a clickbait title. Anyway, I don't see any video. I just say they have pictures. Right? Stellar photos. But they don't have any video. Like, if they're traveling through space, why didn't they have video of it? You know what I'm saying? There's no video? Let's go to NASA. Why? Artemis journey to the moon. Lunar flyby. They allegedly get video of the moon eclipsing the Earth, but they don't get video of the sun or the moon eclipsing the sun. So that's what they're trying to tell us. The backlit moon backlit. Well, no, no. Wait, how come it's lit from this side and the sun's over here, but originally it was over here? Look at these dopes. These two are phony AF actors. Oh my god. Oh my god. Shut up. Get. Where's the more eclipse photos? Where's the video? Moon seen here backlit by the sun during solar eclipse. Is this supposed to be... What do you mean a room with a view? A view from the window of the Orion spacecraft? Why is this so weird looking? Okay. Whatever. I feel like they should have video. Okay, let's go back to YouTube. Artemis II.
Total solar eclipse as seen by the NASA Artemis II crew as they slingshot around the moon.
This is continues to be unreal.
This is the video?
Sun, has gone behind the moon, and the corona is still visible, and it's bright, and it creates a halo almost around the entire moon. But when you get to the Earth side, the Earth shine is already shown. I mean, almost seconds after the sun set behind the moon, you can see Earth shine. The Earth is so bright.
They're saying it's Earth shine?
And the moon is just hanging in front of us. This black orb out in front of us. In front of now, not the blackness, but the gray that blends and drifts into the blackness. We can see stars and the planets behind it. And
I want to bring in former NASA astronaut Terry Hart. Terry is also
Wait a minute. What did he say?
Into the blackness, we can see stars and the planets behind it. And
how do you see stars and planets behind the moon?
Also professor at Lehigh University.
Why would you
and the
say that?
director of our aerospace engineering program.
Black orb out in front of us, in front of now, not the blackness, but the gray that blends and drifts into the blackness. We can see stars and the planets behind it. And
I want to bring in...
See stars and the planets behind it? How do you see behind the moon? Error on the illustrator's part? Their videos make me question the real laws of physics. Spaceballs. Show it again. Wait, show what again? Saw a news clip saying that Mr. T has legalized all psychedelics. Wait, what? The sun was where it was. They were moving, not eclipse. Traveling. Yeah, exactly. Well, allegedly the moon's always moving too. You know.
Former NASA
well,
astronaut Terry
the moon is always moving, but they're traveling too, so it should go fast, right? Like they should be able to have like a real quick
Terry is
video
also professor at Lehigh University
of the
and the
eclipse.
director of our aerospace engineering program. Terry, thanks so much for joining us. I love hearing the astronauts describe what they're seeing. Let's talk about what's happening now and the solar eclipse that they are experiencing.
It's really something, isn't it, Juliet? I mean, these are things that no one's ever seen before. The Apollo missions were much closer in their orbits around the moon, so they weren't quite high enough to see what this crew is seeing. And there's actually dust that gets kicked up when a meteor hits the moon. It can kick up dust at such a velocity that it actually goes into orbit around the moon. You know, so the scientists are very interested in seeing what the composition of that dust is by looking at the spectrum and so forth. You know, so it's something that's never been seen before.
Yeah, and I understand that the April 1st was such a critical time.
What?
Meteor hits the moon, can kick up dust at such a velocity that it actually goes into orbit around the moon. You know, so the scientists are very interested in seeing what the composition of that dust is by looking at the spectrum and so forth. You know, so it's something that's.
Wait a minute. Why would the scientists need to study the composition of moon dust when we were there already? And they touched it and they allegedly brought it home. I mean, it's crazy how they can just act like this is all brand new shit that's going on when allegedly it was done like, what, 50 years ago, 60 years ago, whatever it is now. 60 years ago. But now it's all brand new. Oh, we're getting close to the moon. Oh, it's the first time. We're just going to do a flyby. Oh, we need to study the dust of the moon. What's the dust made of on the moon? Well, you should freaking know because you went there freaking 60 years ago.
It's never been seen before.
Yeah, and I understand that the April 1st was such a critical time to launch because
the joke's on you, assholes.
They could then, in fact, see the solar eclipse. So the timing was so spectacular in its own right. How do the astronauts determine?
Okay. Wait, what? As the person who just pointed out in chat, it's not a real solar eclipse because it's not an eclipse that is observed from Earth that we would know about from the solar cycle and the eclipse cycle that is on record, which is how we know when eclipses are going to happen now, has nothing to do with that because they are literally not on Earth and they're traveling and they themselves are changing their perspective in relationship to the moon and the sun. And so that is what is causing their alleged solar eclipse is them going to this other side of the moon and putting the moon in between themselves and the sun. So it's not a real solar eclipse. So what the ever-loving crap does timing have to do with that? You could do that anytime you go to the moon. You just go around it. Retarded.
Determine what are high priority targets that could warrant a closer look?
Well, as they go around the moon, they on the far side particularly, they can see things that haven't been seen before. And of course, the scientists are very interested. The far side of the moon gets impacted quite a bit more than the near side because the Earth kind of protects the near side. So there's a lot going on over there.
Except there's a whole bunch of craters on the Earth side. Whole bunches. Like, in fact, the whole moon face is cratered up.
Kinetically, that's of interest to the scientists. So the astronauts, as they were coming around before they lost signal behind the moon, they were giving a lot of descriptions of a very bright phenomenon.
Look at this BS eclipse video. Oh my God.
And they were describing those.
Why are the pictures so clear and the video is such garbage? There's no reason for that.
And of course, they were taking a lot of photographs
yes.
As they went around the dark side as well.
Tens of thousands of photographs on top of doing great communication with us here back on Earth. They're really showing their vision through their photos and then also how they're describing it to us. So that's kind of their main job, is really what they're witnessing firsthand and then also taking photos as well, correct?
That's right. And the real science is going to come in the following missions. Once we have a laboratory on the South Pole, that's going to be really spectacular for people to live there the year around, just like we live on the South Pole of the Earth. There's scientists there all the time, doing their studies. We'll do the same thing on the moon. It's going to be very exciting.
What's
Yeah,
this like for
right.
you witnessing this?
I'm jealous. I wish I were there. It's any astronaut
There was some good drugs.
gets so excited when we see a launch, and you realize
Want to get
the
high?
astronauts are the tip of a very big pyramid, and there's so many people that work so hard to make these missions a success, and we're just so proud to be the ones that get the chance to go and make it happen. It's a real responsibility and a real honor, for astronauts to participate in these missions.
Yeah, it's a healthy jealousy. Terry, let's take a live look right now, because I'm being told that we're seeing a snapshot right now live. If you can see, are you able
Visualization.
to see the visualization as well?
Yeah,
Let's see.
that's a rendering. Okay, now we might be live now.
Okay, there we go. And if you see in the upper left-hand corner, do you see the bright light there? We're told by the astronauts who just communicated down to Earth that is Venus.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, how about that? Yeah, Venus is very bright and it's kind of blue.
Oh, that's
so It
interesting.
tends to stand out among the stars. You can tell it's obviously not a star. That's great.
Yeah, so we're just seeing it in real time.
Yeah, 'cause
as
there's
you
no
are as
stars. You
well.
don't see any stars.
So fascinating. Terry Hart, Terry, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll certainly circle back with you another time on this amazing mission.
Circle back.
It'd be my pleasure, Julie, at any
All
time.
right,
Thank you.
talk to you soon.
Circle back. I'm going to circle back. So that's their video. 4K. Wait a minute. Artemis II cruise, amazing views of Earth, moon, and solar eclipse during lunar flyby in 4K. Videos from space. Okay. So it's a photo montage. It's not, this again is not a video. Oh my God. This just looks fake. That looks like a photo of the moon that could have been taken from an observatory on Earth. Yeah, I'm not seeing any greater detail here than what you would see, like, from an observatory on Earth. Like the giant telescopes that we have, I feel like this is no better than that. It's better than a home telescope. Amateur, 8 or 10 inch telescope, but like the actual observatory giant telescopes, they could probably get that clear of a picture of the moon. This is nonsense. Nonsense. Okay, wait. Let's see. Circle jerk. Great to be paid for space. Let us compare the old far side images to the new ones. Do they hold the same moonscape, craters, and lines? Are they the same? Well, I don't know. And even if it's different, you know what they'll say? Oh, well, the far side of the moon gets hit a lot, so it's changed. They have like built themselves an excuse into it. You know what I'm saying? I got eclipsed by a state trooper in a semi, no video. It was so awesome last night. Stevie took some pics. What's she talking about? Took pics of what? Hello, Rethink. The moon never goes south of Australia, and it's not its own light. Well, actually, there is a 24-hour moon, but it happens in the southern winter, not in the summer. Not in the winter. Not in the like when it's winter in the south. That's when the 24-hour moon appears, circumpolar, allegedly. The moon has its own light. Well, I still think the light of the moon is definitely related to the sun. So I would have to disagree with you guys on that. I do think that the sun charges up the moon, kind of like a UV reactive mineral rock where it glows in UV light. You know? Could be. F accidentally closed YouTube and it's making me restart the show from the intro. Yeah, you should be able to grab the little. Well, I can't tell her because she's not watching me live. Somebody help out Southern Belle. Yeah, so the way it goes with the sun and the moon, right? So when it's summer in the southern hemisphere, which is our winter, then you get the 24-hour sun. And then the moon, all of the full moons happen in the north, happen north of the equator. When it's the opposite, when the sun is, it's summertime here, all the full moons happen south of the equator because think about it. The full moon can only happen when it is opposite of the sun, right? So when the sun's over here, the full moon's over here. And when the sun's over here, the full moon's over here. So you only would see a 24-hour moon in the south during the winter, which is like the absolute worst time to go there. So probably not very many people have seen it. I think there is video of it. But that's the way it works. Figured it out? Okay, good. It's like a neon light. It charges up gases to make the light. Well, minerals, gases can be charged to create different lights too, but also minerals can absorb and then fluoresce from UV light, right? So they get charged up. It's like, or even if it's radioactive, like radium or uranium, right? Like uranium glass will glow under a UV light. So it's the same thing. There's even, I remember years ago too, running into things that NASA had, and I don't know where it is now, but NASA talking about how they were basically admitting that the moon is photoluminescent, or, it basically glows in the dark. Which makes sense with things that are known here in the physical realm that we live in, that have these properties. Like all of this stuff is possible on a flat, stationary Earth that isn't moving through space. It is. And people can cry about it all the time. People, globies want to spiral because, oh, you saw the sun go in a circle over the South Pole. Why are you not a globe earther? Why don't you just denounce everything? This explains everything. Because, buddy, smarter than that. We're smarter than that. Think we've just been here the whole time just talking about fake whatever? No. We don't just point out the stuff that's fake. We also try to learn how things really work. And I have to tell you, just learned so much more on my own, just trying to investigate and figure things out than I ever did in school. So, is what it is. Sometimes you can see through the moon, though. No, you can't, Ray. I'm sorry, I disagree with that. Nobody has ever shown me video that proves you can see through the moon. Mark Walnut Productions. Debunk the funk on 420 PPP. Neon lights have a positive charge on one end and a negative on the other, like the sun and moon. Sure. Anyway, did anybody see the trivia show that was put on last night, allegedly at 6 p.m.? Andrew sent me a text. However, he did not send me the info. Are you listening, Andrew? So, anyway, 6 p.m. Yeah, I had too much stuff going on right at that time. I didn't have enough time to plan in advance to restream the trivia fundraiser for Jack and his family. By the way, let me see if I could bring that up right now. Let's bring that up. I actually, dude, I was trying to render the video I took of Jack's property, and for whatever reason my program was not rendering the video properly, and I never did get it to work. So what I can do is play it for you here, I guess, since my video program is not rendering properly. It's another thing I have to troubleshoot. Hello, Pablo Freedom. Hola, amigos from the Cajun Coast. Oh my God, dude, I saw this crazy news story pop up from Shreveport, Louisiana. This man murdered like a bunch of his kids. Like he had like 7 or 8 kids, and he murdered them and like shot the moms. Like horrible, horrible, horrible stuff, dude. Sorry to bring that up, but it just made me think about it. When you said the Cajun Coast, I was like, oh yeah, that story. I mean, it's just horrific. GoFundMe. Thank you, Liz. Now we can post links, because I guess the links were not working properly. Oh, they're doing pretty good on their GoFundMe. This is excellent. $7,536 raised. Andrew, $500. Maybe that's what he got. The Billingtanos. Oh my gosh, you guys look at how generous our community is, taking care of our people. You guys are the best. The best. I love it. I love it. I love it. Yeah, they're going to be okay. They're going to be okay. But this is great. If you're able to help, let me show you guys the video. Let me see if I can bring up this video, since my stupid program was not rendering. Where is it? Oh, it's over here. That's right. One sec. One sec. Okay, here we go. Let's see now. Let me see if I can do it this way so you can see better. Here we go. Of course, there's no sound because it is drone video. And this is unedited because, as I said, my edited video wasn't rendering properly. It kept rendering all chopped up, and it would jump. Like, see how it's playing smooth here? It just wouldn't do that. Anyway. Yeah, so here we go. Is this the right one I wanted to start with? Probably not. Let me see. Here we go. Yeah, yeah, Jana, exactly. Hey, there's Ted. It's 11:11. Okay, so this is what Jack's property looks like now. Crazy, right? Well, I don't know if it probably looks a little different. I'm sure they've been cleaning up and stuff, but this is right after it happened. And that's a news lady doing a news report. See the washer and dryer? My God. Jack's truck, Jack and their camper. There's the propane tanks right there down the corner that blew up. Yeah. Yes, Liz, totally. I mean, there was a couple of people there. There were some people home when it started, but everybody got out. So at least um at least they all got out. Nobody was hurt. So there's that. And then Jack even said like a couple days later or like a day later the fire started back up again and they had to call the fire department out to put it out again because um it started burning in the house again. There's Ted. There's Jack. So anyway, yeah, pretty wild, right? I want to get the other one where it shows the front of the truck here. Is this... No. You can see all the melted metal. Is there a video of the 24-hour moon? I'll look. Is there a picture from before the fire? I don't think I have any pictures from before the fire. But basically what they had here, let's see. Look at this. You can see all the metal melted under the truck, burned everything out. You can see like the radiators down there and stuff. But basically how they had it was like there was a trailer, like a camper. I forget how many feet it was, like 20 foot or 30. I can't remember. But they had a tow behind trailer, like a fifth wheel that they used to tow around with Jack's truck. And then there was a small house. And so they actually kind of lived in multiple structures. So they would use the camper, use the small house, and then there's a couple of other buildings on the other side that didn't burn down. But this was the main home area. Like it had their kitchen was here, the bathrooms, the laundry room, like the whole main living area, basically, is what that was. So anyway, let's see. I think there's another one that had a shot I wanted to show. This one. Oh yeah. Bird's eye view of the whole thing here. I sent the drone up to look. So there you can see their footprint. And the explosion burnt the trees. Look at all the trees right here are scorched from the fire, the explosion. So anyway, yeah. Took my ass to rehab to get my head clear. All right, Rethink. It's good to see that you're getting yourself together. Good for you, sir. Let's see if we can find video of the 24-hour sun. Or 24-hour moon in Antarctica. Let's see. 24-hour moon in Antarctica. Oh my god, the final experiment has a Wikipedia page, you guys. Oh my god. The final experiment was a 2024 expedition to Antarctica to test the validity of modern flat Earth beliefs. The expedition, which took 3 years of preparation, was organized by Will Duffy, an American Christian pastor who invited a total of 48 online content creators to Antarctica to witness the midnight sun, a natural phenomenon that contradicts most flat Earth beliefs. No, it doesn't. It contradicts some flat Earth beliefs, but those beliefs would be incorrect. The actual expedition included both flat earthers and globe earthers, people who accept the spherical shape of the Earth, selected to represent both sides of the flat Earth debate. After traveling from Chile to Union Glacier Camp in West Antarctica, the expedition members livestreamed the midnight sun for several days. The participating flat earthers all admitted that the midnight sun was a real phenomenon. Okay. The larger flat Earth community has largely rejected the results and accused the participants, including the flat earthers, of having faked the expedition and of being part of a larger conspiracy to promote a spherical model. Okay, this is why people going and claiming that that shit was fake after everybody who went to the trip and coming back said that it was true and what they saw is what they saw and they weren't in a sound studio and it wasn't a lie and it wasn't fake. This is why you fucking assholes going online and calling our own people liars and saying that they faked it or that they were duped is stupid. I mean, I really resent you people for doing that. I'm not gonna lie. I resent you for doing that. I resent you people for calling our boys and girl liars. I don't like Jaron, but I don't think he's lying. You understand? I don't agree with what he says. I don't agree that seeing the sun over going around the pole in Antarctica makes the Earth a ball. I disagree with that vehemently, but I don't think he's lying. And I don't think Austin Whitsitt is lying when he says he went there and witnessed the sun circumpolar. And I don't think Lizbeth is lying. She has no reason to lie. She didn't even have like a real, a channel or a following. She was just talking to people on Clubhouse. It's not like she had, she was getting a bunch of revenue or like getting a bunch of clicks and likes because of her talking about flat Earth. She's just some chick who talked on Clubhouse. No offense. She's a nice girl, very smart. I like Lizbeth, but why would she lie? You're calling our people liars, especially Whitsitt, the one that, people love Whitsitt. And he's like one of our best debaters. And you're like, he's a liar. Get out of here. These people didn't ruin flat Earth. Flat Earthers ruined flat Earth. And I stand by that. Flat Earthers ruined flat Earth. Not this dumb shit. Anyway, Earth's roughly spherical shape was established by Hellenistic astronomy in the 3rd century BC and can be confirmed by many types of empirical observation, including the appearance of distant objects on Earth's surface. How does the appearance of distant objects on Earth's surface prove that the Earth is a ball? They're talking about ships going over the horizon? Because that's BS. Lunar eclipses, BS. The appearance of the moon, observation of the sky from a certain altitude, observation of certain fixed stars from different locations. Yeah, all these things actually prove the Earth is flat. Observations of the sun, surface navigation, grid distortion, and on a spherical surface, weather systems, and gravity. Modern flat earthers have used social media sites such as YouTube, Twitter, and Reddit to spread anti-scientific and pseudoscientific conspiracy theories, claiming the shape of the Earth as a flat disk. The National Center for Science Education has described the flat Earth movement as a form of extreme biblical literist theology. There's actually a lot of flat earthers who are not very religious. Right-wing political commentators such as Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson have given a platform to flat Earth beliefs. Well, Candace, when did she give a platform to flat Earth beliefs? Because as far as I know, nobody ever... When did they talk about flat Earth? Can somebody show that to me? According to flat Earth beliefs, Antarctica is usually depicted as an ice wall. Let me see what they're referencing here. This has nothing to do with how do I read it? It's not letting me read it. Okay, whatever. According to flat Earth beliefs, Antarctica is usually depicted as an ice wall encircling the Earth. According to that model, the sun should appear to rise and set each day in Antarctica and could not be observed in the sky and could not be observed in the sky continuously for 24 hours. Hence, observing the midnight sun would falsify flat Earth beliefs. Yeah, but that's not correct. That's assuming that you know what the sun is and how it works, and you don't. The azimuthal equidistant projection has been co-opted as a representation of a flat Earth. Oh, okay, buddy. Expedition. Okay, William Duffy is a volunteer Christian pastor of Agape Kingdom Fellowship in Wheat Ridge, Colorado, and a former investment broker. The idea to settle the flat Earth debate by observing the midnight sun in Antarctica came from discussions between Duffy and a friend who had posted about his belief in a flat Earth on Facebook. According to Duffy's website, both flat earthers and their opponents agreed that being able to observe the sun in the sky over the Antarctic for 24 hours continuously would refute the idea of a flat Earth. The midnight sun occurs when the southern hemisphere faces the sun because of the tilt of the Earth's axis, a phenomenon flat earthers deny. Planning for the expedition took about 3 years. Duffy invited 24 flat earthers and 24 globe earthers to make a trip to the privately operated Union Glacier Camp located at approximately 79 degrees south latitude. The actual expedition included 4 flat Earth proponents and 4 non-flat Earthers at a cost of approximately $35,000 per person. Some expedition members crowdfunded their trip, while Duffy says he paid the travel costs for 4 of the participants. Duffy also started a YouTube channel called The Final Experiment to promote the expedition and document the results. No flat Earth proponents had previously visited Antarctica. A popular conspiracy theory holds that 1959 Antarctic Treaty restricted access to the continent during summer to preserve the myth of a 24-hour sun. Despite this, the party disembarked at Union Glacier Camp without issue after a flight from Chile using Starlink, where they were able to live stream the midnight sun for 3 days. Who started this bull crap anyway? Here we go. Reactions. Jaron Campanella, an American YouTuber popular among flat Earth content creators as Jaronism, acknowledged that his flat Earth model was no longer valid after witnessing the midnight sun firsthand. He later told the Denver Post that he was going to step away from the flat Earth community. Fellow flat Earth creator Austin Whitsett of Whitsett Gets It admitted being wrong about the existence of a 24-hour sun, but said he was still open to the Earth being flat, stating that there might be a way to reconcile flat Earth beliefs with observations of the 24-hour sun. The wider flat Earth community has largely denied the results of the expedition, claiming that the footage was filmed in a dome studio or on a green screen. Yeah, thanks for being complete and utter retarded a-holes and making everybody look stupid by going around saying that shit. And that the participants were part of some larger conspiracy to promote the globe model. During a sermon on December 30th, Alabama pastor Dean Odell suggested that Satan created a fireball to act as a false sun. Oh my God. Oh my God. Did he really say that? Did he really say that dumb shit? Some flat earthers accused Duffy of taking funds from his church to finance the expedition, which he has denied. Dominic Enyart, a friend of Duffy and a member of his congregation, said the accusations were baseless. Duffy stated that overall reactions from flat earthers, the flat earth community is imploding. They cannot decide what to believe. They've all come up with their own conspiracies. Well, you know what? It is imploding, but again, by the hand of flat earthers who don't think, who think it's easier to just cry that something's fake and say some outlandish bullshit rather than have a serious discussion about real world physics and how things work here. I mean, they're clickbait bullshit artists. I hate to say it, but most of them are. And it kills me inside because these are people I used to look up to. And now they're just complete. I look at them and I just want to roll my eyes because I can't believe the ridiculous stuff coming out of their mouths. It's why I stopped doing, it's why I've taken a step back. Because I don't want to have to be pigeonholed into having to surround myself with people like that. I'm sorry, but that is not what I signed up for. That is not why I started talking about this publicly. And it's not why I started a YouTube channel. And it certainly isn't why I started doing events. Campanella suggested that Duffy might come to regret the expedition, stating that Duffy had become this evil villain of the flat earth world. No, he's not an evil villain. He's just some pipsqueak, shadow of a man who wants to gaslight people, and he's dishonest. I guess people can call him an evil villain, but whatever. To me, it's worse when you're someone who is from inside the community and then you're turning on other people, calling them liars and calling everything fake when you refuse to go there to see it yourself. Why didn't you just go so that you could prove unequivocally firsthand that it was fake? Maybe you yourself had too much invested in bullshit theories, and then you want to double down and triple down on it. Have fucking fun. So in agreement with Carol and everything, by the way, I always acknowledged and predicted southern rotation. The community fell off the rails. So sad. Yeah, it did. 420. Volunteer grifter and preacher man. Wish there was a perfume that smelled like weed. That's hilarious. Did I smell it all the time now? Like out and about in town? It's like California. Almost. I just smell it. I'm like, oh my God, it's everywhere. Final Experiment was a loaded title. Well, yeah. I mean, I was putting them on blast for that title anyway. It wasn't an experiment. It was an observation. You're not changing anything. You're not proving anything. You're not altering anything to get different results. You know what I'm saying? It's just an observation. Whoops, now we all think Witsit was in a theater and they quoted the sun is Satan guy as us. Of course, exactly. Dude, it's ridiculous. Ridiculous. People aren't like that in this chat for the most part. Exactly. I'm sure I've pissed off all the fantasy flat earthers enough that they don't even want to hang out here, and that's fine. Because I'm just not interested in nonsense. There are less than 5 things that I know for sure, and I've been observing the show in this realm for over 50 years now, right? We don't know much. But here's the thing, like everything, all this information is so compartmentalized and it's like separated, and you have to look at everything, the whole picture together. And you have to put it through that geocentric filter, you know? You can't just revert to, oh, well, they said this, so that must be the answer. It's like once we all, I'm sure Cammie can agree with this, like you start looking at other things, you're like, oh, this little piece of information over here, and this little piece of information over here, and this piece of information over here. And like, you know, you have to pull things all together and connect the dots. And once you start doing that, you realize unequivocally, the Earth is not a ball in space like they say it is. And this whole shenanigans with the moon, going to the moon, and Artemis II is just to put people back to sleep. It's just to reinforce all the programming that's been going on, and so that people can, you know, feel good about, oh yes, of course we still love on a ball. Of course we're still going to space. We definitely still live in a Disney movie. You know, they just want to feel good about that, because having to face the fact that you were lied to about the very ground beneath your feet is way more than I think most people can handle. And I you know, I get it. I don't think everybody has the mental fortitude to destroy their whole paradigm and then be okay with not knowing the answers to certain questions as they build it back up over time with new knowledge. This is not for everyone. It's definitely, you know, it definitely takes a certain kind of person to go through that, right? So, I mean, it is what it is. I know some people hate that saying, but it is. You know, look at everybody. I mean, look at how people are handling the whole Epstein thing. Because like all of us here, we know that the people in charge, the rich, the billionaires, the self-appointed elites are horrible, evil, satanic people who do not care about the general public. They do not live in the same reality as us, right? Like we know this, and we've known this for a while. Look at the general public. They're just having to figure out. They're just now finding out how sick and twisted all these people in charge are. They have been so quietly slumbering for this whole time. And now, they've had to watch the U.S. fund and commit genocide for 3 years. And they're just now waking up. You know, we're watching all these horrible things happen that, like, if you like said it without saying who the parties were and involved. Like if X party was doing this to this other, country, or this country was doing to this country, you know what I mean? Like if you describe it without any names or any bias, everything that's going on is bad. It's all bad. Innocent people being murdered, blown up, cities being leveled, schools being leveled, with children inside of them, and everybody is just now figuring out how freaking evil the people are in charge. The general public has like 10 years of catching up to do. And I'm telling you right now, this is like a pain. Think about yourself, like your own process, waking up process. It was painful. It was like, just twisting and writhing and like, just having to like go through the grief of mourning, like basically the past reality that you thought was, that you were familiar with, that you thought was real. And then you find out most of it's not. Dude, it's hard. It's hard. And then you go out and like you have this sort of understanding, and then all the people around you don't. And that's even harder. That doesn't make it any easier. Now you're seeing things one way, and the whole rest of the world is like, la da da. Trump's gonna save us. Trump's gonna drain the swamp. Meanwhile, that guy was best friends with the pedophile, sex trafficker, freaking transhumanist. You know what I'm saying? Like the general public still has a lot of waking up to do, and I don't think it's going to get any better for a while. Like they're going to have to catch up. People are going to have to catch up, and it's going to take time, right? Like these things don't happen overnight. So brace yourselves, my friends. Brace yourselves, because it's like if we want to get what we wanted this whole time for things to change, and people to wake up, like I think we're starting to get that now. But it's not going to be easy. The pain, waking up is hard to do. Like the pains of change of society and everything, everybody having to get used to this and like figure out how we're going to stop it and taking care of it. Like the whole process is going to be painful, but hopefully there is like a light at the end of the tunnel, so that like when this is done, the world could be a better place to live in for future generations. That's all we can hope for. That's all we can try to do, is make this place better for future generations by holding these people accountable now, today. We have to hold them accountable, and we have to put these MFers in jail. We got to handcuff them, one tied to the other, and we got to drag them down the street in Washington, D.C., and we got to tar and feather them and throw rocks at them and bury them under stones in the street. And then let other people know, if you become a sick MFer like this, if you start victimizing our children, if you start stealing from us, we're going to do you the same way. Because I'm telling you, voting isn't going to fix it. Spiritual awakening too. Yeah. The Flattoberfest in 2020, it felt like every one of us there was an outsider of the Matrix. Yeah, man. Remember, dude, 2020 was crazy because that was like the height. That was like the pandemic. Like nobody was questioning it. Everybody was complying. Well, not everybody. We weren't. But most people were complying. They were wearing their masks. They were not going to stores without a mask. They were following the stupid signs down the aisles, going, only go this direction. Don't look at each other when you pass each other on the trail. Look the other way. Social distancing, all this crap. They didn't want to have any public gatherings. And we managed to have one in 2020 with no mandates, no restrictions, no masks, no social distancing. No limits, nothing. We were just able to hang out like normal with each other. It was beautiful. It was freaking beautiful at the time, right? 2020, 2021, 2022, all those 3 years, those were the best. Sounds like a lyric, waking up is hard to do. Because it's like, there's like that saying, breaking up is hard to do, but waking up is harder. a spiritual awakening is painful too, right? Because you're questioning everything. Like, it literally breaks down all your programming. All of that programming that you had accepted over your entire life is basically getting ripped out. Just ripped out. And when that happens, it's like your mind is primed and it's ready for new programming, right? Enter no forest on flat earth. Enter Tartaria. Enter mud flood, to lead you down the wrong direction, because God forbid you should wake up and start using your own brain and asking all the right questions and figuring shit out. We did bucket bong hits and dabs in the police headquarters parking lot. Yes, you did. 2021 for solar return too. Yes, solar return. Yes. Missed the energy flat earth created back then. Me too. Sven Melhorn, Karen, we met in September 2019 in Amsterdam with your great presentation of the heart and Taurus field. Oh, thank you. Yeah, man, 2019 in Amsterdam, that was great. That was right before the shit hit the fan. Crumb called it in his last call to your show. You had to learn about the list before Flat Earth. Who's Neil Sedaka? Who is that? Who dat? It's our spiritual obligation to stay positive. And it was the best. Speaking of, if anybody wants some Flattoberfest memorabilia, I still have a ton of Flattoberfest stuff taking up space, and I'm not going to do anything with it. So if anybody wants any of that stuff and you're able to get it, or if I can ship it for a reasonable amount that you're willing to pay for, I'll give it to you. Hold on one sec. Actually, I have a solar return thing right here too. Let's see. Oh, you like my shirt? Remember? Solar return. It's level and stationary. Earth is level and stationary. And notice that, we always focus Earth is level and stationary. It doesn't say no 24-hour sun in the south, so Earth is flat. It says Earth is level and stationary. There's nothing about the sun in this. True New Year. I have that. Remember this? I also have the original Flattoberfest banner. This is the one from 2020. Anyway, I need to figure out something to do with all that stuff because I ain't gonna keep it. I'm not keeping it. Or I'm not going to do anything with it. So if somebody else wants it, you can put it in your garage. Be like good man cave decoration or something, maybe. There's an upward vector, just saying. Whatever. Oh, breaking up is hard to do. Oh, okay. That's the song. It's actually not stationary. Yes, it is stationary, Angela. That upward vector stuff is complete and utter bullshit, just saying. There we go. I know you guys like to think about that dumb shit, but it's just not so. The Earth is not moving. upward? Where's it going? Where's it fucking going? What's making it go up? I don't know. That's what everybody says whenever I ask. Well, what's making it go up? What's the force that's making it go up? I don't know. Because there isn't one. Anyway. What's the standing stationary on? I don't know. God's footstool. That's what. The pillars. The earth is on pillars. Look, just because I don't know what the earth is sitting on exactly doesn't mean it's moving. How does me not knowing what is under the earth mean it's not moving or mean that it's moving up? How does that track? Which way is up? I don't know. What are the pillars on, Angela? What's the force that would make Earth move up constantly into infinity space or whatever? That's how we know. You don't know shit. You don't know shit. Okay? No offense, but you don't know shit. Just because nobody can show you what the Earth is sitting on doesn't mean that it's constantly moving upward with some imaginary force in infinity, in space and beyond. I mean, that's as ridiculous as the little ball, that one video that everybody uses of the sun going through space with all the planets trailing behind it. Like, upwards moving flat Earth is just as ridiculous as that, if you ask me. It's like the same. They're the same in ridiculousness. Well, maybe the ball thing is a little bit more ridiculous because of the whole ball thing and there's no measurable curvature, but it's just as ridiculous. Where's it fucking going? Practical physics does not show you this. No, it doesn't. There's a definite vector. We can measure it if you read the physics, not theoretically, but using real physics, you can take note that no work is required for downward vector direction. Exactly. Put an Excel ammeter on the ground or something that's attached to the ground and it will measure 1G. It's programmed into it, Angela. The force opposite of gravity. See right-hand rule in physics, easily shown and reproducible every time. How would airplanes work if the ground is moving up, right? How do airplanes take off if the ground is moving up? How do clouds work? Please just shut up with that fucking Earth is moving up shit. It annoys me. It's ridiculous. You're never gonna know. I mean, everything is assumed a flat, non-rotating Earth. To say that the Earth is moving up is ridiculous. What's moving it up? Where's it going? How do we not ever get pushed up into the sun and the moon? What goes up must come down, right? If an object is moving up, won't it eventually have to come back down? Well, genre user. Yeah, that's what observable physics tells us. I'm so about to mute you. Whatever. Say your stupid shit. What's the Earth moving through? Too many unanswered questions. Dude, it just makes it, all it does is make you ask a bunch more questions. Like it makes way more sense that the Earth is just I mean, for all intents and purposes, it's fine that the Earth is stationary and not moving. Like plenty of other things in physics, like dielectric acceleration, electrostatics, explain why there's a downward vector, why everything is level on Earth. Everything follows it. Everything, a right-hand rule, like what Cammie says, the right-hand rule. Let's look at what the right-hand rule is. In mathematics and physics, the right-hand rule is a convention and mnemonic used to define the orientation of axes in three-dimensional space. So let's see, should be some images here. Here we go. Direction of force, magnetic field, and direction of current. To determine the direction of a magnetic field in a conductor, the right-hand rule is applied. Your thumb is the magnetic force, your outstretched pointer finger is the current, and your middle finger is the magnetic field. This is second right-hand rule. Anyway, right-hand rule. I have an accelerometer, Angela. I understand the physics behind it. I have no hostility towards you, though. I don't have any hostility towards you either, but it does get frustrating, though, when they just keep repeating the same bullshit. And it's wrong. Like, you haven't done an experiment. Why do you think nobody can explain what gravity is? If people could explain what gravity is with an experiment, we'd have already been discussing that shit already. So there is no experiment that you or any other dipshit moron has done that proves that the Earth is moving up. Oh my God, Tommy. The whole point of the upward moving Earth group is to detract from any other flat Earth groups. In my opinion, it has no point and adds no information to any position. It's just a vector subtraction. Yeah. It's just another stupid thing to argue about that you can't prove. And then and then you guys go and you put like a water ball in a box and you shake it around and you're like, look, Earth's moving up. Like, it's ridiculous. When I was watching those stupid water bottle videos, I was like, oh my God, really? Really? Anyway, whatever. Apply to volts per meter and we measure and watch how arrows flow. It's good to talk about flat Earth again. Vector subtraction. A dynamic prediction for stratification of liquids or gases, etc. in a container in free fall versus stationary and downward acceleration. Don't forget to conceptualize the causal mechanism of the acceleration as whatever you want. Electrostatics, electromagnetism, magnetism, ether density, unicorn dust, gradient, doesn't matter. Gravitational force. Let's assume that the gravitational force of the downward accelerator acting on the bottle in a stationary frame is whatever this is, where g equals 9.8 meters per second squared, and y is the unit vector in vertical direction going down. Acceleration of the bottle. When the bottle is at rest on the desk, the acceleration due to gravity acts downward, causing stratification in the liquid. The pressure gradient causes denser liquids to settle at the bottom due to the force of gravity. Free fall. When the bottle is in free fall, it accelerates downward at g. In the reference frame of the bottle, the experience is no net acceleration. It experiences no net acceleration because it is moving with the acceleration due to gravity. Excuse me. Therefore, the bottle's internal forces that cause stratification are effectively canceled out. Vector subtraction in the accelerated frame. In the frame of the bottle, the accelerated reference frame, we need to consider the relative acceleration. In the inertial frame, the gravitational force acting on the liquid in the bottle is, is this like not displaying correctly for me? Where P is the density of the mass of the liquid. Yeah, I don't think this is displaying correct for me. I don't know what that is. In the non-inertial accelerated flame, the acceleration of the frame itself is a g. The effective force or fictitious force in the accelerated frame is fictitious. The net internal force in the bottle due to stratification is 0 because the gravitational force is exactly canceled by the fictitious force in the accelerated frame. That's it right there. That explains it. In the reference frame of the bottle in freefall, the net internal force acting on the liquid is 0. This means that there is no stratification, as the forces that would normally cause it are canceled out due to the vector subtraction of the gravitational force and the fictional force in the accelerated frame. Shows that in freefall, with no net internal force, the stratification increases in the liquid inside the bottle. Oh, here we go. These look better. I don't know what was going on with the other one. There's your maths. It's just a good summary so we know vector subtraction makes no difference. Yes, I agree. Don't work with the Mac. It could be. My spiritual awakening sent me into a dark depression spiral. Void Shaper. Same. Yes, upward vector debunked. Thank you, Shane St. Pierre, for that. That's it. Yeah, that's a great. It's just one sentence explains it. Okay. Same. When I woke up, dude, I was the closest. Like, I am not a person who ever like experiences depression or did or anything like that. But after waking up, I definitely felt like as close to being depressed as I possibly could because I had 2 small children. And I was like, oh my God, what do I tell my kids? What do I tell them? Holy crap, they're about to start school. Like, they were toddlers. The beginning of my Path to Flat Earth video, that's my son and my daughter. That's literally like they were that small when I woke up. So, yeah, I was like, holy crap. And then trying to talk to other people, like family members and stuff. And they were like, yeah, you're an idiot. I don't think so. Yeah, I started to feel depressed. I was like, am I being mind effed? Like, I would go back and forth and I would be like, oh my God, did I just let these people totally screw my mind up? Am I being brainwashed? I did. I kind of struggled with it back and forth for a while. It took a while before I was like, okay, you know what? Yep, it's flat. But it wasn't like everybody thinks that, you just watch one video and then all of a sudden you're a flat earther. It doesn't work like that, bro. At least it didn't work like that for me. And most other people that I know that wasn't like that either. They were like, I'm going to debunk it because you think it's stupid. It sounds stupid. You're programmed to think it's stupid. So you try to debunk it. And then you can't debunk it. And you're like, this is a problem. So whatever. Still struggling with it right now. Yeah. I know I have no hostility towards Angela or anybody. I really don't. But it is ridiculous. I mean, just right here. That's like, thank you, Shane. This simply explains it right here. I mean, I just remember when I was watching the people were like, "Oh, you got to watch this Dell video." You know, Dell, the funky flat Homo sapien dude on Beyond the Imaginary Curve. And then he would like come around here and like try to start arguments and like want to come on the stream and argue with me. Dude, I'm not doing that, dude. I'm not doing that. Did you see those stupid videos though where they have like a cardboard box and then like the bottle's inside the box and they're like shaking the bottle and then they're like, look at the bubbles. Look at the bubbles. It means the earth is going up or something. It was ridiculous. It was oh God, it was pretty silly. Never just a video you think you need to test yourself. Yeah, exactly. Water is reality and can never stick to anything spinning. Yeah. I was 7 years old and I was really into CB radios and cars in our house, and it made no sense that the radios were going around the globe to me. Yeah. Everything feels so uncertain. Well, that's because the whole energy in the world right now is uncertain. But the creation is what it is, though, if you ask me. By the way, let me open my phones. I forgot about the phone thing. Let's test it. Let's test it. Let's see if it's working. Oof. Hold on. May not be working. Do I sound like a chipmunk? I'm not chipmunking, am I? Hold on. May not. No. Not chipmunking. Nobody said anything. Well, I don't know if it's going to work or not. But I did open the phone line. If somebody wants to try to call in. 704-666-1776. You don't sound like Staveley. Why are you guys always ripping on poor Staveley? Poor Brian. He's not even here to defend himself. Draw near to the Lord. It will help you tremendously. I can't disagree with that. Sound completely normal. Okay, good. Like wants to work, but I'm not sure if it's gonna. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Defend him. Staveley can take it, that's why. He can. He's a big boy. Your message retracted itself? Press 1 if I should accept the invitation to be interviewed on Strange World. What are they going to interview about, Tommy? I mean, why not? Mark's cool. Tried to test call. Thanks for calling and bye-bye. Okay, let me try it again. I think Google Voice is like... It wants you to pay money to use it now, and I think it's just crapping out on me until I give it money. I think is what they want to do. Oh. Oh, now it wants to work. Okay, well, if you hear that ringing, then that means that my phone should be working. Let's see. Yeah, okay, that's working then. Okay. 704-666-1776 if anybody wants to call in. Or not. It's up to you. Whoa. Brian is wicked smart. I will say about Brian, he didn't fall for a bunch of the nonsense. Tartaria, mountains or melted brick buildings, or any of that stuff. He just didn't express anything about it outwardly like I did. Probably because he knew he would piss a bunch of his viewers off. And so he didn't ever say anything about it. He just let me rant about it and let me take all the negativity for it. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. So anyway, what else is going on? Yeah, here's that. Here's that story I was talking about earlier. Man kills 8 children and shoots his wife and another woman in Shreveport, Louisiana. Ooh, someone's calling. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hey, Dennis here. You
Hey,
weren't
Dennis.
getting any callers, so I thought I'd chime in.
Well, what's up, Dennis? How are you doing?
Pretty good. Sorry about the chipmunk stuff. I was just kidding.
I know.
But,
It's okay.
I agree with you about Brian. Sorry, I'm jumping around from subject to subject, but I did have one comment to make, just an observation, because recently, there were 2 forums. This movement sprang up around 2015. I don't know, you call it the YouTube Flat Earth or Flat Earth 2.0, but there had been an online community, which it's got its negative aspects since about 2005. And I recently started checking it out again, just briefly, but just a couple observations I made. But I would say one thing about the history. When it started off, from just a couple points, the founder of it, Daniel Shenton, he evidently was a genuine flat Earth believer, but he's different from the YouTube community. He's more agnostic, and along the lines that he believes in biological evolution. It used to be like anybody who's flat Earth, and in the YouTube community, it still holds pretty mostly true, or totally true, as I can say, that anybody who's a flat earther is automatically a creationist, or not a believer in biological evolution. Although I have to say, I think one time, I forgot when David Weiss was talking, I heard him, the way he was talking, it's like he let out the possibility that he's not real strict about that, or he might believe in biological evolution if you pinned him down. But I just observed that at one point. But by and large, this community is not. Anyway, I noticed one thing when I went online there, that most of the people were still, following the same things, the core members of it. So they got vast numbers of people who visit those websites. There's two of them. I just want to say one thing about the history. Around 2011, there was a group within that original website who began to believe in it. They became genuine believers, and they were sick of the stupidity of that of Daniel Shenton's forum, and they broke off. And around, it had started before 2011, but around approximately, I don't remember exact date, but about 2011, they broke off and formed their own website using the same basic structure. But the original website, I think it's theflatearthsociety.org, and the newer one, it's called tfes.org. And that one, by and large, it was a little bit better, all things. They both had their negative and positive aspects. But the YouTube community, to me, it was a vast improvement over either one of them. I will say the couple observations I was going to make. One guy in particular, there was a handful of them, but one in particular, Tom Bishop was his name. He became, I thought he was the pick of the lot as following Robotham and continuing in that stead. I mean, there was a couple things that I didn't agree with him, but compared to most of those people on those forums, he was he seems closer in his beliefs to this YouTube community. And I noticed when I went on there recently, I was looking specifically for stuff about the final experiment and Antarctic sun. And he believes, and I think the best of those on those forums follow him, he believes that there is an Antarctic midnight sun, a 24-hour plus sun in Antarctica at least in, at the height of the southern summer, or the months of December, January, around that time. And so his beliefs seem similar to, how do you say, the Karen section of the YouTube community, this group, not like David Weiss and many authority, the Tartaria stuff and all. They didn't buy, as far as I've seen posts on their forum about it, but they didn't buy into that. The one thing I maybe disagreed with, maybe for a time, I haven't looked into it, the stupidity about the Earth gradually rising up, which is retarded. I think for at least for a while, I haven't looked into it recently, but some of them carried over. That stupidity started with Daniel Shenton's forum shortly after he founded it in 2005. It didn't exist in Flat Earth before that. I think that group carried it over. And the other one, I think, I forgot his name.
Wait, didn't the upwards rising thing, isn't that from Einstein? Or am I thinking?
That's correct.
Okay.
No, that's correct. I remember when I first met Bob Nodell at the 2018 conference, and we had a lot of conversation. I was updating him about my researches and all, but I mentioned about that, and I hadn't realized it was from Einstein. And because by that time, I had stopped having a whole lot to do with those people. I had my outs with them way back in 2006, but I kept up with it a little while, but he informed me that Einstein was the root of that. So that's when I first realized that's where they got it from, as dumb as that is. But, that's correct. That's where they got that from. So, that aspect of it's retarded. But overall, I think they're largely free of that. I noted the TFES version. Oh, they've got certain individuals on both of them, like the guy who became the president, although I think Daniel Shenton was still the founder of the original one. He made this guy, I forgot his name. His username is his membership name. If you go on the forums of the original one, I forgot. He's from Knoxville, Tennessee. I can't remember his actual name, but he's been the president of the old one, and he's a genuine believer. I don't think he's an agnostic or a biological evolutionist, but he was another real committed member who Daniel Shinton made the president and head administrator, because he doesn't deal with the forums day to day. But anyway, I did notice one thing about those old forums. There's another guy, and I remember him from way back when. His name on the forums is Sandokan, Sandokhan. And I remember way back in the way, he does a lot of research and everything. The quality of it's not so good. I would say he does a lot of retarded research and coming up with stupid conspiracy theories and all this stuff. He's maybe on that main forum, those people are like liberals and agnostics who like to make fun of flat earth. So he stood out among them. He's in the minority of that community, but he seems like the equivalent of the Tartaria and retard, all this endless conspiratard stuff in the YouTube community, which has grown to be like the majority of it. He's the equivalent of it in their community, except he's a minority there. That's my reflection upon his stuff. It's useless garbage, just like the Tartaria and all this endless conspiracy stuff that has no meaning. It's just a waste. So that's just an observation. But they do have, I will point out, I think over 15,000 visitors one day this month, which is the record high, the most they've ever had in one day, and it's just recently on the main website. And the other one, the TFES, just back in February, they had over 15,000 visitors, the most they've ever had. So those two forums are pretty much neck and neck. And as far as people, just curious people checking them out, they're the most popular they've ever been, which to me is a testimony that flat earth is more interest in it or curiosity about it is as much as it's ever been.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's all I got for now. Not a whole lot. I just wanted to share that. I was just checking out, an update, because I don't check out those forums very often. But like the Tom Bishop guy, there may be, who knows, there may be some potential in there somewhere down the line. Who knows?
Is this you on the forums under Dionysios?
On the TFES.org forums, yes, I'm under Dionysius. I originally registered back in 2005 on the FlatEarthSociety.org as Dionysius, and I had so much intense, back and forth with like Daniel Shinton and the whole founders of that. Yeah, I mean, I was very colorful language to them, and they more than anyone else, I was the most knowledgeable one on it, and they banned me and removed my name and everything permanently. So I re-registered under the name 17 November, and that's what in 2006, I think, and that's what it's been ever since. On the FlatEarthSociety.org, my username is 17 November. But 17 space November, technically. But on the other one, the TFES.org, Dionysius.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there you go.
Neither one of these places has updated their homepage in quite some time. So it looks like the last post on the homepage of the Flat Earth Society is from 2021. And then
the FlatEarthSociety.org?
Or the TFES one. The TFES
but they got people online visiting there, like all the time.
Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of activity on their forums, though.
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about like their main page, like with the library or whatever?
Just the homepage. When you put TFES.org, it says Happy New Year from our friends at the Flat Earth Society, and it says 31 December 2021. And we hope 2022. Yeah, so they're not really active, except for people are active who are in the forums. You can see like their last post was yesterday.
I I saw Tom Bishop, though. I don't know if he talks about it as much as we did, but like the post I saw, he had a few posts and others discussing about it back, like a year ago and so when it all happened. I don't know if they've kept up with it. They probably haven't made as many posts as we did, but they were talking about it when it was happening, and he specifically came down with the conclusion that the Antarctic midnight sun, that's for real. That's real, which is correct.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't make a whole lot of posts about it, but the posts he made were largely, they were the main thing he got right. His I don't know about detail, but I'll just summarize it. His explanation of how it's real or how it's visible. It's not like mine, where the sun is an actual physical ball in the sky. It's similar to the YouTube communities. He's talking about bendy light or something, refraction or whatever. But he says the main point is he says it really is up there, visible. So it seems very similar to the YouTube communities and I haven't followed that specific community in depth, so I don't know how many core flat earthers are following him. But he's anyway. Though, like I say, those two, as far as visitors, those two communities seem neck and neck. Just the number of agnostics and people who are at base hostile to flat Earth, especially on that original forum, that always bothered me. The moderation had a degree of improvement on the tfes.org, but I don't know how that has been the past few years. I haven't followed them. But anyway, that's my update on those two forums.
All right, cool, Dennis. Are you still in Alaska?
Oh no, I got back. I came back 2 weeks ago. I was just up there for like 4 or 5 days. I want to get the Alaska Airlines credit card later in the year, but I was, my parents passed away recently, and my little brother was going to take care of things, and he's dropped. So I had to come in and spend some money to make everything come in, because how do you say, my older brother's like a regular guy like me. He's got a family, a job. He takes, responsible. My younger brother, yeah, he's a work of art. He was living with his parents until he's just, anyway, but I took care of everything, but that may push me off. But I want to get a position at any rate eventually where I may go up truck driving to after I'm in college now. I'll get my associate's degree in automotive mechanics, but eventually I'd like to go up to Alaska at least. I was talking with one of the guys. I can get a truck driving job like in the summers, driving from home or back and forth to Anchorage or something like that, and half and half, at least get my foot in the door. So I don't think I'm going to be automochat. I'm going to bag that associate's degree for sure. They're giving it to me, but I don't think there's as much money in that for me in the long term as the truck driving. So I'll, I was like, if I want to go get a home in Alaska, a second home in Alaska also, or build up, a reserve for, God willing, eventually moving to Russia, I think truck driving is probably going to be in my future again. So that's what I say about that. Anyway, that's all I got. I'll see you. Hey, I know you're probably going to say no, so I'm scared to ask, but do you think there's a Flat Earth Conference possibility at some time in the future, even if it's not necessarily this year?
There's the possibility is always there. I can't say it's not possible, but I don't know.
Okay, to be determined.
Yeah, because things have kind of, it's just so weird right now. It's not what it was. The energy isn't the same. The people aren't the same. The relationships aren't the same. So I just don't know. It's kind of up in the air right now, but I'm not against
Liz,
it. I would love to
Liz
get back to
Reckon
that.
would show up. I'd show up. Bill and Cano would be there.
Oh, I know.
Well,
There's plenty of people who would. I would love to get back to where we had that sort of energy again, where we could, get together and have a good time and, have conversations and learn from each other and all that stuff. Like, I loved doing that.
Maybe I like the idea of naming it Esoterica Fest for the sake that it took the stigma out of it, and it if you named it like the Flat Earth Conference International or Flattoberfest, it might invite some of that stigma back. But maybe if at some point, if there was a medium-sized get-together, like something with the rodeo or something like that, at least you had that.
Mm-hmm.
Or something like that again. That's it keeps the ball in the air, so to speak. Or
yeah,
those are good.
Yeah.
Just my 2 cents.
I agree.
Why not?
Just nothing is set in stone right now, but it could change. That could change. We'll see. I would love to do something again for sure.
Yeah.
Because they were fun.
Yeah, we'd like it also. So.
All right, Dennis.
All right. Well, we'll see you around. Take it easy.
All right, take it easy. No like-minded people here in your area? Oof. Yeah, sometimes it could be hard. I was trying for a while. I had my Flat Earth Festival's website, and I was trying to do a post for meetups. If people wanted to start meetups, I would try to add it, blah, blah, blah. But everything just kind of disintegrated, Anyway, we could start again. I still own those websites, so we'll see. I would like to do more gatherings again. Definitely. With like-minded people, real people who care about reality and not fantasy. See, that's where I started to lose people. But hey, connected many. I tried to. There's a lot of people that met each other for the first time at my events, and then they got together and decided to hate me. It's so funny. Anyway, it's all good though. I got plenty of good people around me and good people in my life, so it's fine. People can hate me all they want. I don't care. Still bring us together. I like that. I would like that. We had, there was, I wanted to, I had Mario. Last year, it was going to be so good. I was excited about what we had put together for 24, and then the hurricane wiped it out. So, I don't know. And then, of course, the final experiment and, like, all of the fallout surrounding that and people sort of going all their separate ways and arguing about ridiculous stuff. Yeah. Flat Earthers ruined Flat Earth, if you ask me. Flat Earth Wiki is a broken link here. But there's I wonder if that other Flat Earth Wiki is still going. Is it? Yeah, this is different. No. This is different. This is the page that I think it was supposed to be linking to, yeah? This is not the one that other guy did, though, is it? I think it's this one. Nope, that's a debunking site. Does that guy still have the wiki going? Here we go. trueearth.wikitide.org. That's the one I was looking for. Okay, it is still here. Click logo to go to index. Okay, so it's still here. That guy's been quiet though. Looks like he lost his account, or his account got deleted on whatchamacallit, Instagram. Helios. Oh, you did Glowbusters, just a heliocentric fairy tale, stellar parallax aberration. Dude, I'm sorry that I haven't been there for Glowbusters. I really do. I'm so sorry. I had to get a slave job, and now I have to work most Sundays, and I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I really, really hate it. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hey, Karen. So I wanted to ask a question, but first make a comment. So the final experiment was, what, a year and a half ago or so, give or take, right?
Well, yeah, it was December 24.
Yeah, I've noticed online, like, for example, when Roger Avery was on Joe Rogan, over 1 million views, and he really almost like embarrassed Rogan when they discussed flat Earth. And I was so surprised, pleasantly surprised, how many people in the comment section were supporting Avery and flat Earth. And I've noticed also that when I go to comment sections on videos that in the past would have a lot of negativity towards flat Earth, it's like it's swinging. And I would have thought that after the final experiment, if indeed they proved the 24-hour sun, it would have been the opposite. So my first question is, why is this the case? I mean, it seems like a lot more people, quote unquote normies, are acknowledging the Earth is not a curved sphere. So why do you think that's the case if TFE was legit?
Because why do I think it's the case? I don't know. Maybe because a lot of celebrities have come, or more and more people have talked about it. Like it's been around for 10 years now, and I think it's just been talked about so much that now it's like it's okay. It's not so taboo to talk about it, I guess.
Well, interesting. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's been around for 11 years, right? 2015, right? Mm-hmm. And prior to 2024, it was growing. You could even say exponentially to an extent. I mean, I would, guess that 0.001% of the population in 2013 did not think, thought the Earth was or didn't think the Earth was a sphere, and now it might be, 25%. So it's grown enormously. Mm-hmm. But if indeed they saw and proved a 24-hour sun, shouldn't that close the case, right? But it's had the opposite effect. It just seems odd to me. Like, why would more celebrities come out since then, right? And why wouldn't they come out and say, oh, no, we were wrong, the Earth is likely a sphere? So something doesn't sit right with me. It's odd.
Well, but there's no curvature and no motion. It's like I was pointing out earlier in my banner, like, Earth is flat and stationary. That's like what we tell people. We don't go, oh, there's no 24-hour sun in the south, so that means Earth is flat. Like, nobody ever says that.
I agree. I agree. But a lot of people thought that if there were, in fact, a 24-hour sun, it would prove that the Earth was not flat. And I agree with you. There's no curvature. There's no motion. But a lot of people don't, think that way. So I don't know. I mean, it's a great thing, I think. And clearly, Duffy was wrong thinking that he was going to, squelch and destroy the flat Earth movement. He hasn't, clearly. So I think that's a good thing. I just find it interesting. Also, I wanted to get your thoughts on the current state of affairs when it comes to oil and energy, because there are a lot of, doomsayers out there that are thinking this is really the big one. Like there are people saying that in Australia, in a week or two, they're going to be pretty much out of, gas and oil, and then it's going to hit Europe after that. The United States is going to fare better because we have Texas, and obviously we did what we did in Venezuela. but it's going to triple gas prices. So, and I haven't tuned into the show in quite a while, so I'm not sure if you discussed this morning, earlier, or last week, or whatever. But what are your thoughts right now on what's going on? Just, I'm curious.
As far as like the Gulf of Hormuz and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Strait. Yeah.
Well, I think it's just it's like world theater. I mean, there's no reason for us to have any shortage of oil or energy because of what's going on over there. Like, we have oil. Apparently, allegedly, America's got control over Venezuela's reserves, which they have like more reserves than most people combined. Like, other countries combined don't even add up to what Venezuela has, and allegedly we're in control of that. So why would we even be worried about this? I don't know. Like, to me, it's just another way to manipulate the masses. Make everybody think, oh, we're in danger. Gas prices are going to go up. It's hurting your wallet. It's affecting you. No, we need to blow them up. I just think it's just manipulation, in my opinion. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it is certainly theater and manipulation, but gas prices have gone up $1.20 on average. And, you're right. They probably don't need to, but they're probably going to.
Yeah.
It's my guess they're going to continue to go up quite a bit. But places like Australia or Europe, they seem to be screwed, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure how that all works, but yeah, I mean, they're, yes. I mean, they get charged per liter over there. It's not even per gallon. They get to pay, like, what we pay per gallon is what they pay per liter.
Exactly. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's crazy shit. It really is. And it's so unfortunate that such a small group of people can control things with such evil. It's just, it's frustrating.
Yeah, and they're greedy. OPEC and all these, Saudi Arabia, it's just another way for them to make more money, right? Oh,
yeah.
We can't get gas. The strait's closed. Better charge more money. I mean, the whole thing of it, like, war is how these people make, like, gross, disgusting billions of dollars.
Yeah, it's horrific, literally horrific. And it doesn't, unfortunately, seem like it's ever going to change. It seems like it's like that Billy Joel song back in the '80s. We didn't start the fire. I mean, you look back through history, it's like there's always something going on.
Yeah.
I guess maybe it's the dualistic nature of this plane, right? It's just you have to have the good with the bad, maybe.
Yeah, or it's just the cycle of things. It's the ebb and flow of time over time. Empires rise and then they fall.
Yeah.
And then something new is built and then it falls. I think it could just be how things work here.
Yeah, it could be, creation, destruction, cyclical. Yeah. I wish that we could live in some utopian society, but unfortunately, the older I get, the less likely I feel that to be. So, but who knows? Maybe some miracle will happen. I don't know. I can't stand it. And then, the thought of kids getting blown up and killed in Palestine and all that shit. It's just, now it's Lebanon and.
Yeah, it's the worst. Like, that to me is the absolute, it's absolute worst.
Sucks.
They're just like, it's like they're killing humanity. They're killing our humanity. Like, everybody, us all having to watch it and being completely helpless and not being able to do anything to stop it. I mean, it's a special kind of torture.
I know.
I mean, they're traumatizing all of us.
I know. And yeah, it really is frustrating not to be able to do anything about it. And then this indifference sets in, not with me, but you see it, like, people are just becoming so numb to it all. And it's just disturbing.
Yeah.
It really is disturbing. So anyway, well, listen, thank you for listening. And I enjoy this and I enjoy your show. And yeah, thank you. And when you were speaking about before having possibly another conference, that would be great if that ever happens. So.
Yeah, well, I haven't ruled it out completely. It's just been really difficult to pull something together the way things are right now. So hopefully in the future we can do it.
Cool. Sounds good. All right. Thanks, Karen.
All right. Thank you.
You got it. Bye.
Bye. Drops Billy Joel. Parts of the Middle East has free gas. Dude, it's insane. There's absolutely no reason why we should be getting screwed over like this. But hey DJ Curious, good to see you. Trump's stupid lack of foresight is the reason for energy costs. Countries' dependency upon the U.S. does not help. Blind following the blind. Almost $7 for gas here. Yeah, Sue is in the Bay Area in California. And you know what else I was seeing? I saw like a little blip come across something I was looking at today about some 22-point manifesto that Palantir wrote, and it's regards to the Bay Area. Let me see if I can find it. Palantir posts mini manifesto denouncing inclusivity and regressive cultures. Surveillance and analytics company Palantir recently posted what it called a brief 22-point summary of CEO Alex Karp's book, The Technological Republic. Does not that just sounds horrific? Technological Republic? Why even have the word republic there? Written by Karp and Palantir's head of corporate affairs, Nicholas Zamiska, The Technological Republic was published last year and described by its authors as the beginnings of the articulation of the theory behind Palantir's work. And we all know what they're all about, right? You guys, do we have to go over what Palantir is here? The company's ideological bent has come under more scrutiny since then, as tech industry figures have debated Palantir's work with immigration and customs enforcement, ICE, as the company has positioned itself as an organization working for the defense of the West. But does it show what they were talking about? But anyway, it was talking about saying something about Silicon Valley and how basically it owes what it has become to the tech people. Just weird shit. Palantir needs to go away. Alex Karp needs to go away. I mean, these people are sick. The real manifesto behind the Technological Republic. Here we go. The Technological Republic in brief. The Silicon Valley owes a moral debt to the country that made its rise possible. The engineering elite of Silicon Valley has an affirmative obligation to participate in the defense of the nation. We must rebel against the tyranny of the apps. Is the iPhone our greatest creative, if not crowning achievement as a civilization? The object has changed our lives, but it may also now be limiting and constraining our sense for the possible. Free email is not enough. The decadence of a culture or civilization, and indeed its ruling class, will be forgiven only if that culture is capable of delivering economic growth and security for the public. The limits of soft power, of soaring rhetoric alone have been exposed. The ability of free and democratic societies to prevail requires something more than moral appeal. It requires hard power, and hard power in this century will be built on software. I mean, it sounds so awful. And that's only on to point 4. Question is not whether AI weapons will be built, it is who will build them and for what purpose. Our adversaries will not pause to indulge in the theatrical debates about the merits of developing technologies with critical military and national security applications. They will proceed. National service should be a universal duty. We should, as society, seriously consider moving away from an all-volunteer force and only fight the next war if everyone shares in the risk and the cost. A universal duty. What country can you think of right now where you are required by the country's government to spend a minimum of 2 years in the military, male or female, doesn't matter? Who does that? Do you guys know who that is? Krumman made a parody. Sounds like Israel. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Forgive me for calling a second time. It's just about this stuff that I just wanted to share something about what you're talking about with this, the military and this increasing trend of the way. I just want to present a certain perspective, which I don't think is often taken into account in the West, at least. Back, I think it was in 1934, Stalin wrote a point of view about the Western democracies, or so-called, he called them bourgeois democracies, where it's the rich and the wealthy have the dominant part in them. But in response to people trying to equate Nazism with communism, which is, I think, kind of thoughtless, he said the bourgeois democracies, the Western democracies, those are the moderate branch of fascism, or the moderate wing of fascism. And I think what's going on today, when the United States, it's had an empire that it's been the dominant country since World War II, and it's been a bourgeois democracy. It sees its, with the rise of BRICS and the alliance between China and Russia is the foundation of that, and all these countries beginning to go to it as at least initially as an economic union. The demise of the U.S. dollar and U.S. control over the world and dominating it, you can begin to see the horizon. So it sees that it's losing its grip on power. I'm saying that's the reason it's transforming bit by bit from a bourgeois democracy a little bit more into a fascist empire. You can, with these trying to Venezuela, Iran, all over the place, the glove is disappearing, and it's showing the iron fist behind it. It's revealing the true nature of that the American empire has always been, but it's the better part of it slipping away as it sees it's the rich sense their position is threatened, and that's why. But I think it's worse in Europe, which are I see like the military, their moves. I think it's pathetic. I think it's suicide. But like Germany and all are beginning to institute a draft, and they had these laws. I think it was too much, but like men under the age of 42 or something can't leave the country. I think they had to remove that one at least temporarily, but they're starting draft is gaining momentum in Western European countries. So there's a trend to, they're gonna go down if they go up against Russia. But I would just that's my comment on all this craziness. There's a method to the madness, but that's all I got.
All right, thanks, Dennis.
Bye.
If a U.S. Marine asks for a better rifle, we should build it, and the same goes for software. We should, as a country, be capable of continuing a debate about the appropriateness of military action abroad while remaining unflinching in our commitment to those we have asked to step into harm's way. Public servants need not be our priests. Any business that compensated its employees in the way that the federal government compensates public servants would struggle to survive. This one, what do you think this means? Okay, public servants need not be our priests. Any business that compensated... So what are they saying? That the public servants don't get paid enough to hold any sort of authority. So maybe we should just not. They just have nothing. They're worthless. Is that what you're telling us? We should show far more grace towards those who have subjected themselves to public life. The eradication of any space for forgiveness, a jettisoning of any tolerance for the complexities and contradictions of the human psyche may leave us with a cast of characters at the helm we will grow to regret. Did you just reveal? Well, I think we already have a cast of characters that we regret. I think that's already the case. So, yeah. The psychologization of modern politics is leading us astray. Those who look to the political arena to nourish their soul and sense of self, who rely too heavily on their internal life finding expression in people they may never meet, will be left disappointed. Those who look to the political arena to nourish their soul and sense of self. And how does this not apply to the Alex Karp guy who thinks that we should make everybody afraid of us and that if we have to go murder people to make them afraid that that's okay? Like, I don't understand. This is just crazy. Georgia Guidestone's manifesto written by AI. Our society has grown too eager to hasten and is often gleeful at the demise of its enemies. The vanquishing of an opponent is a moment to pause, not rejoice. I feel like this is total doublespeak coming from Palantir. Like, what? What kind of nonsense is this? The atomic age is ending. One age of deterrence, the atomic age, is ending, and a new era of deterrence built on AI is set to begin. Oh, God. You know, I would like to think that AI is just as stupid as the atomic age. This kind of gives me a little bit of comfort. Because if AI is as big of a load of horseshit as the atomic age, then I think we'll be all right. No other country in the history of the world has advanced progressive values more than this one. The United States is far from perfect, but it's easy to forget how much more opportunity exists in this country for those who are not hereditary elites than in any other nation on the planet. Are you fucking kidding me? Easy to forget how much more opportunity exists in this country for those who are not hereditary elites than in any other nation on the planet. Are you fucking kidding me? This is the best we got? You guys expect us to believe this? No. This is such horseshit. Oh my God. American power has made it possible in extraordinarily long peace. Too many have long peace? What are you talking about? How long has it even been since when's the longest America has gone without dropping of bombs or drone bombing somebody in the last 3 decades? What kind of horseshit? They're like this is a gaslighting manifesto written by a freaking nightmare of a company. Too many have forgotten or perhaps take for granted that nearly a century of some version of peace has prevailed in the world without a great power military conflict. What? What? Are they talking about the same Earth that we live on? Because I don't think so. At least 3 generations, billions of people and their children and now grandchildren have never known a world war. Okay. Oh my God. So only World War counts as a major conflict? Get the fuck out of here. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hey, Miss Karen. So I think Palantir is just starting to get the public used to the idea that we're to be not following politicians anymore. We're going to be ruled over by the technocracy.
By AI.
The tech companies.
Yeah.
So the AI companies and Palantir. And you better start getting mentally prepared for that because it's happening very soon.
Yeah.
And the weirdness about all of a sudden now we're hearing arguments against, the far left crazies, all the blue hairs and sexually abusing their children and destroying them forever, physically and chemically, all the shit.
Yes.
Suddenly going against that, I long thought that, wow, they're actually leading the far leftists to be as crazy as possible and building all of that up so that they can bring this shit in like Palantir to beat it down in front of us so that we all cheer on Palantir. So we all get on board with the real horror show of the technocracy because they're killing the monster that they themselves created.
Right.
Yeah. What a shit show.
Yeah, exactly.
And the other thing, on a lighter note, Dennis has given me flashbacks today. It wasn't until I think around 2017 or 2018, but a few years after I got exposed to the original Flat Earth stuff in late 14, early 15, I think. I didn't see Mark Sargent's stuff or even know about Mark Sargent until quite a bit later. And I watched his clues and I started cracking up when he mentioned the Flat Earth Society. Because even back then it was giving me flashbacks way back to 1982 when I was in high school in geography class. And my teacher's name was Mrs. Kitzman. And her geography class, she didn't just cover, what countries are where. She taught us about different systems of the Earth, like wind currents and magnetism and, all that kind of stuff. Well, one day, all of a sudden, seemingly out of the blue, she goes, "Hey, do you guys realize there's a whole bunch of people who think the Earth is flat?" We started cracking up at her, we didn't believe her at first. And she goes, "No, really. They're called the Flat Earth Society." And she taught us all about the Flat Earth Society. And of course, we all, being high school clowns, we just started making fun of them and that idea. And I remember vividly, she didn't take very kindly to that. She's like, "It's worth considering." It's worth hearing out, people who are trying to make a serious case. Isn't that interesting?
That is interesting.
In 1982.
That's cool.
Yeah. Very cool. And sorry for being such a clown, Mrs. Kitzman. I have a feeling she's probably dead by now. She was no spring chicken back then. But
yeah.
Anyway, that always stuck with me. And I never thought about it again until I saw Mark's Flat Earth clues, and he mentioned the Flat Earth Society and some of the crazy stuff that they put out there, seemingly to make it look ridiculous, which might be true.
Yeah.
But anyway, they've been around for a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, which is, it's been around, they've been around for over 100 years probably now.
Yeah. So, I don't know, maybe they were serious at first and then got co-opted and tried to make us all look ridiculous with some of their stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, I would say that it probably did get co-opted, but the early ones who started that stuff, around the turn of the century, I think they were they were genuine. And it would make sense that something like that would get co-opted. It would totally make sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. All right. That's all I got.
All right. Thanks for calling.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. I can't believe that they're sitting here on their page, trying to act like we've had 100 years of peace just because there hasn't been a world war. Like, that's just such a load of horse shit. The post-war neutering of Germany and Japan must be undone. The defanging of Germany was an overcorrection for which Europe is now paying a heavy price. A similar and highly theatrical commitment to Japanese pacifism will, if maintained, also threaten to shift the balance of power in Asia. Defanging of Germany was an overcorrection for which Europe is now paying a heavy price. How so, I wonder? I mean, not that I don't disagree. I mean, clearly that was a whole thing, but I don't know what they mean by that exactly. We should applaud those who attempt to build where the market has failed to act. The culture almost snickers at Musk's interest in the grand narrative, as if billionaires ought to simply stay in their lane of enriching themselves, and any curiosity or genuine interest in the value of what he has created is essentially dismissed, or perhaps lurks from beneath a thinly veiled scorn. What did he create? Elon didn't fucking create anything. He literally buys other companies. He's a trust fund baby who buys other companies and makes money off of other people's companies. What the fuck did he ever create? Silicon Valley must play a role in addressing violent crime. Many politicians across the United States have essentially shrugged when it comes to violent crime, abandoning any serious efforts to address the problem or take on any risk with their constituencies or donors in coming up with solutions and experiments in what should be a desperate bid to save lives. See, this little part right here feeds into their little surveillance, state that they want to make, right? Or that they are building, right? Oh, you're not doing anything to prevent crime. Let us put our little all-seeing eyes all over the place and we'll predict crime. We'll do pre-crime. The ruthless exposure of the private lives of public figures drives far too much talent away from government service. What do you mean? The ruthless exposure? You mean where we expose how they're raping children? That ruthless exposure? The exposure where they're literally having people killed who expose them for their horrible behavior? That ruthless exposure? Is that what they're talking about? The public and the shallow and petty assaults against those who dare to do something other than enrich themselves. But see, there are public figures who are in this to do something other than enrich themselves. There's probably like one or two tops that fit that description. Oh my God. The caution in public life that we unwittingly encourage is corrosive. Those who say nothing wrong often say nothing at all. Huh? The pervasive intolerance of religious belief in certain circles must be resisted. The elite's intolerance of religious belief is perhaps one of the most telling signs that its political project constitutes a less open intellectual movement than many within it would claim. Oh, what type of religious beliefs would you be talking about there? Like the one where you believe that you have to sacrifice children to Moloch? Dude, seriously. Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Hey, Karen, it's Brian. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Not so bad.
What's up?
But the answer to your question was Switzerland.
Oh yeah, but
or the country.
But I was thinking of Israel. I was talking about Israel.
Yes, that came up first, but somebody also did mention Switzerland.
Yeah.
But I know they forced them to also be in the military for a couple of years anyway.
Yeah, that's weird. I think doesn't Switzerland also make everybody have a gun in their house too?
Well, I'm sure that everyone's got a knife.
I thought Switzerland was the one where everybody was required to have a firearm or something like that. I could be wrong. I might be remembering that wrong.
I don't know enough about them to go one way or the other, but I mean, if they're forced to be in the military, they're going to know how to use a gun, at least. So, yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
All right, well, yeah.
Denmark.
I don't have much. I just figured I would.
Okay. Well, how you doing?
Oh yeah. As much as I hate pharmaceuticals, they seem to be helping. So.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. So. Probably gonna try to get one more month off and then go back in June, I guess.
Right on.
So. Yep. Just sucks. I hate having to deal with doctors and shit.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. I know. But you're feeling better?
Yeah, for the most part.
Okay, well that's good. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right, Karen. Love you. I love Ted. Love all your chickens and critters that you have. Is Nugget still kicking around?
Oh no, Nugget is long gone.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure it was due.
Well, he was really mean.
Yeah. Oh, did you hear there's been 3 Sasquatch sightings in Ontario in 3 days?
No, that's cool. Is there any other
in Ohio?
Say that again?
There was a bunch in Ohio. That was like a couple of weeks before our rash. So I'm not saying it's just the same ones because they would have to get past Lake Erie, but that's going on the whole non-dimensional side of travel, which is who knows which way it works. Obviously, we don't.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so a little north of Toronto, the one place they mentioned was Chatham. I've been there a few times because my folks have some friends that live up there, and we're talking a good 30 years ago. The last time I went up there, but yeah, so yeah,
interesting.
Squatches are moving what appears to be towards the East Coast. So.
Oh yeah, the East Coast has a lot of sightings. Like I know that it's like mostly famous for being seen on the West Coast and the Pacific Northwest, but it's just as squatchy over here, if not more.
Yeah. Yeah, I assume they're everywhere.
Yep.
But yeah, so that's been interesting anyway.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm gonna have to read about that. Thanks for letting me know. I love Bigfoot. I like hearing about new sightings. Yeah, man, it's cool.
All right. Well, all right. I'll let you go and continue on what you're doing. Everybody in the chat, always lovely to see all you guys. I wish I could be here when I actually do have to go back to regular work, but
well, it's good to hear from you. Yeah, I know. It's good to hear from you.
All right, and I'll try to keep my dad jokes in check when I call on Strange World tomorrow.
I think Mark likes dad jokes, though.
Yeah, well, he gives me crap about it, but I understand that's probably just more or less the the fact that he enjoys it, but doesn't want to admit that he enjoys it.
Possibly.
So, yeah. All right. Like I said, Garen, say hi to everyone you know next time you see him for me. And again, everyone in the chat, always great to see you guys. All right, love you all, and I should be able to catch you next week.
Yeah.
And talk to you then.
All right, talk to you later. Thanks for calling.
Anytime. Bye.
Bye. Mark is a dad joke. Hilarious. Hi, Ian. Weren't Sweden the only country in the world that didn't have lockdown in 2020 during COVID? I think Finland also, but I'm not sure. I actually don't remember. A few countries in Africa went without locking down. Everybody was jabbed up. Sweden was cool about COVID. And then here, like, it was just dependent on the state. I think, like, the more liberal the state, the more COVID lockdown there was. Because, like, even the difference between North Carolina and South Carolina, like, North Carolina is considered a blue state, where South Carolina is still considered a red state, quote unquote, you know, because, like, North Carolina has the Democrat governor, or has had Democrat governors, I think, the past couple times now. Not that I really pay that much attention, but the governor in South Carolina was, like, not having it. You know, it was great, and it was like only a couple of cities that imposed it on themselves, separate from the state, which was like Myrtle Beach. I remember when me and Brian and Ted we went to Myrtle Beach, and, like, we left Myrtle Beach, and I had a meltdown because we stopped to get something to eat, and they wanted us to wear a mask just to walk from the front door to the table, and then we could take the mask off. I lost it. I was so pissed. Anyway, yeah, it was Myrtle Beach, and then Greenville locked themselves down. But most of the other places were not. I never complied with any of it, but yeah. In fact, South Carolina, that's where we had the event in 2020 at the Shrine Club. Hey, Nico. Chicago artist. Yeah, right. 2020. Can't believe 6 years went by since C19. I know. Henry McMaster, SC governor for years, sounds like Foghorn Leghorn. You know what, though? Right on. Because he wasn't forcing anybody to do any lockdowns. So let's see about these Bigfoot sightings in Canada. 3 separate witnesses around Chatham, Kent, Chatham, or is it Chatham? Kent, Ontario, reported spotting Bigfoot over 3 consecutive days over the past week. The story has gotten so big that at least one Canadian national news outlet has reported on the sightings. 3 Bigfoot sightings in Thamesville, Dresden, and Raglan over the past week triggered the Sasquatch stir in Ontario. The Bigfoot Mapping Project logged, and it is investigating all 3 sightings. These are people who have tracked thousands and thousands of reported sightings across North America, a reporter for CTV News said. Now, over the past week, the legend of Bigfoot has made its right across Chatham, Kent, with some of the reported Sasquatch sightings. It is the second cluster of Bigfoot sightings that the Bigfoot Mapping Project has reported over the past month. A few weeks back, it was in what was referred to as an unprecedented cluster of activity. There were 5 separate high-credibility accounts of Bigfoot sightings over a 96-hour period in Portage County, Ohio. Ooh, let's see what it says. Seriously, we got some witness
But let's
stories.
talk more about what may or may not be coming out of hibernation up near Chatham. CTV's Robert Lothian is here. Robert, we're talking about Bigfoot and apparently, quote, credible sightings of the cryptid up in that neck of the woods. And we are not calling these credible sightings. There are actually experts in the field of Bigfoot that use that label.
Yeah, you're right there, Travis, experts. And these are people who have tracked thousands and thousands of reported sightings right across North America. Now, over the past week, the legend of the Bigfoot has made its way right across Chatham, Kent, with some of these reported Squatch sightings. It's not without skeptics who feel there's something hairy about these reports.
Something hairy.
Believed to be lurking through these Thamesville woods is the cause of all the chatter in Chatham, Kent.
So I've heard and seen a lot of odd things, but no, Bigfoot has not been one of them, I'm afraid.
U.S.-based Bigfoot Mapping Project shows 3 reports of the long-storied Bigfoot in this region in the last week.
Yeah, I don't really believe it.
I saw something on Facebook as well, and I thought, well, people sound pretty serious about this. Why are they serious about this?
Oh, I think it's silly.
In between the critics, there are believers.
Everything is possible.
Bigfoot is labeled a cryptid, a creature whose existence is disputed, like the Loch Ness Monster or the abominable snowman.
It's easy to refute somebody who thinks every twig snapping is a Bigfoot, right? Like that guy's a tinfoil hat guy, you know, and that's just, there is so much more to the community than that.
This wooded lot is near one of the sightings. Now, the Bigfoot was described as nearly 8 feet tall with cinnamon hair. Now, despite trying, I haven't been able to see it, and in this case, neither have some of the Bigfoot trackers. So then how do they judge whether a report is credible?
But I do reach out, ask for photos and images, supporting information. So the map and the project is really, hopefully, just the start of the research and the verification and the validation that is going to occur.
I'm sorry to disappoint your viewers, but there probably is not a Sasquatch out there for anyone to go and find.
Teaching in Carleton University's philosophy department, Josh Redstone has taught courses on the philosophy of the paranormal, applying critical thinking to the unproven.
We have a fascination with the unknown, and I think that's just part of our psychology.
Redstone says unbelievable sightings can often be chalked up to the ordinary, like bears, tree stumps, and just tall humans.
So it is possible that you have a hoaxer. It is also possible that because Bigfoot is on the brain, as it were, following the news of one sighting, you're getting people seeing what they believe to be Bigfoot.
Skeptics aside, for believers like Tompkins, there's still a hope for the mysterious and inexplicable Bigfoot.
The fact that it really is emblematic of humans really not knowing everything. I really hope for that.
Even if Chatham Sasquatch isn't real, in Thamesville, it's a reason to smile.
You saw Bigfoot at the end of your walk. What do you think your reaction would be?
Well, there's a big person.
Despite being on opposing sides, both Tompkins and Redstone share a very similar message, and that is to get outside, explore your environment, and just be curious. Travis?
And as we saw there, and as you mentioned in the story, you did not see Bigfoot while you were up there.
Bunnies, birds, squirrels, Travis. Unfortunately, on this expedition, there was no Bigfoot, no Sasquatch.
So we're going to have to send you up again tomorrow, and the next day, and we're going to have to get to the bottom of this. As you said, this could just be the start of the research, right?
Well, only time will tell, I guess, in this case.
On a serious note, though, like the two experts say, it is nice that this is getting people out there. And it's so interesting how long this folklore of Bigfoot has lasted.
Because it's not folklore. And also, smart guy, you don't find Bigfoot. Bigfoot finds you. I keep telling people this. Listen to me. You don't find Bigfoot. Bigfoot finds you. You basically have to put yourself out like bait if you want Bigfoot to come and you want to see Bigfoot. That's what it is. Something is happening in southwestern Ontario, the Bigfoot mapping project. I want to look at the Bigfoot mapping project. Here we go. Bigfoot map. I just want it to be known that there's Bigfoot sightings all over. Look at, there's Shelby. This map is incomplete because there have been lots of sightings right here, yeah, all in between here, like all in here. But look at all these Bigfoot sightings. What are the green? What does it mean? What's the is there a thing that tells you what? Why is it red, yellow? I'm guessing these are just different. This one is a vocalization, I'm assuming. Audible. So let's see. If the red one, you click on the red one. Vocalization, yes. Wood knocks, yes. Did not see hardwood knocks and vocalizations. Late at night, while trying and failing to repair a trail camera, overheard a loud fight in the woods at a distance. It sounded like at least two creatures, animals, beings fighting up between the logging and the wilderness behind where I live. I set up a trail cam to catch the animals and other weird stuff since I kept hearing things, but over the past couple of months, my trail camera has either failed or been tampered with somehow. I've gone through 2 cameras and I'm fairly proficient with electronics and cameras. What I heard did not sound like a bobcat, woman crying, a fox, or coyotes. We do not have a lot of coyotes in this area. Heard several wood knocks and what sounded like a sapling or a small tree fall. Several groans and growls, got scared, and fled to the house. So, okay, that's a red one. What is the yellow one? Sighting. What does the foot mean? Track sign. What's green? Kingston, North Carolina. Said there have been 3 Sasquatch sightings in the past 3 or 4 weeks near Asheville, and he would write more details. He did not. Said it ran across the road semi-upright with arms in the air and then went down on all 4s. Number of witnesses, several. That's interesting. So right here is Uwharrie National Forest. There's a lot of stories that come out of Uwharrie National Forest. Anyway, look how squatchy the East Coast is. Look at how squatchy it is here. Boy, it's real. Pittsburgh. This, I think, is where the I'm pretty sure Pennsylvania is one of those videos that's on my playlist where it is like one of the few legit Sasquatch videos. It's the white one. I'm way too humbled to look every single person that's claimed to see a Sasquatch a liar. Dude. You want to see a Bigfoot? Bigfoot does not want to see you. Should I wear something sexy? What are you guys saying? Is there any in the Outer Banks? Probably not. I would say probably not. Let's see. Oh, wait, look at this. Cape Hatteras. Let's see. Well, if we can click on it. Whoa. What are these little dots? Oh, these are just animals. Okay, interesting. The Bigfoot disappeared. Here we go. 7/24/2018, 3:25 a.m. I think it was a male. Vacationing in Avon during driving down the road when my sister says there's something walking alongside the road. We drove down there and I see it in the darkness, a vague upright figure walking along the road. It turned and headed into the woods on the side of the road bordering houses and we never saw it again. So, yeah. Wow. Sighting in Avon. Kill Devil Hills. Seeing if there's any more over here. But you can see it's way more intense right here over the Appalachians. Appalachia. But very interesting. What are the black dots? Sighting within 1 mile. Interesting. What's a classic map? So this is the older map. See all the sightings. My wife was at the kitchen window washing her hands when she hollered, "What the hell was that?" She said something large and dark just run past the window about 15 feet out. She said it moved so fast she couldn't tell exactly what it was, but it was tall enough that she could see the head and shoulders. She said it was too tall to be human. The next evening I went out to feed my dogs and noticed a 20 to 30 foot sapling. It had 2 main trunks. One is bent over the other and had been snapped about 3 or 4 feet from the ground. I had seen this before in the wooded area behind our house. I just never seen trees bent over that way. Follow-up investigation. Seen a young Bigfoot, yes, with parent before dusk. My wife and I were camping inside the beginning of the woods at the end of the official campsite at the end of the road. Family of 3 spotted 80 yards at the crest of the hill across from the dip. Could have been an adult male and female or adult male and 2 juveniles. Aggressively and quickly watching us from behind the trees and running between tree to tree and staring at us again for 8 minutes. I'm a combat veteran who has no fear of anything. I freaked out, shouting, "Is this real? Is this happening? Can you see that?" along with a bunch of profanity, and the other people at this campground heard me and packed up their car as fast as they could and left while they did. We quickly chose to do the same. This experience has made me a true believer. Yeah, man. Whenever I've seen them, now I haven't seen a full view of one like with its fur and everything like as is depicted in drawings, right? I've seen a cloaked one, and I've seen glimpses of them, but I can't call it like a full-on sighting because it happened so fast, you know. But like the things that surround it, like the circumstance and the sounds and stuff that I was hearing at the time of seeing the glimpse of something go into the tree that looked like a human. Yeah, man, they move fast. It's crazy. And when it happens, it's like surreal. You're like, is this real? Is this real life? Like, come on, what am I looking at? Like, what am I looking at? Yeah, it's wild. So anyway, yeah, you can see, look at how thick the whole eastern side of the United States is with sightings. And it's like, you know, people think it only happens over here. No, man. Oh, look, some sightings in Mexico. South America. I guess they don't have a lot of South America reports. Interesting. Although this is an English website, so who knows? Thank you for calling Coffee Talk. You're on with Karen B.
Karen, it's Rod. How you been?
Good. How are you?
Oh, pretty good, thanks. Hey, got 3 things for you if you want.
Okay.
I heard this concept the other day, which I've been pondering a little bit. Find it interesting. I'll tell you where it came from after I tell you what it is. Because it's ridiculous where it came from. But a deja vu, I heard it's you remembering you're living the same life over. You're getting a glimpse and remembering that you're reliving the same life.
Deja vu?
Yeah.
Are you asking me if I think that's what it is, or are you telling me?
Just your thoughts on it. Do you have a lot of deja vu?
I have had a lot of deja vu.
Me too.
I don't consider it like remembering like the life as if we lived it over. To me, it's
I don't believe in reincarnation or anything, but
it's more like a precognitive download from the universe, from the ether.
Okay.
It's like, you know how some people will say, "Oh, they get a premonition or a feeling about something that's going to happen." That's a precognitive download. And I think that, you know, when you're dreaming, you're sort of more connected to that, you know, that realm, that metaphysical realm. And so, well, I guess that's not, deja vu is not really a dream. But, you know, or like you'll have like precognitive dreams. Yeah, but it's like, to me, it's just it's a download. It's a precognitive download. It's like a hint. It's like a glimpse of something. I don't know. Okay. I just think to be reliving the same life over and over as the same person doesn't really make sense to me.
You're kind of living it over and over to get it right. You get the second chance, evolving.
Well, I could see having multiple
simulation, a matrix. You chose to relive it again.
Well, I could see you know, coming back and living another life to get another chance to you know, do things or make different decisions in life.
Yeah.
But to do the same life over and over, I don't know about that.
I don't either. It's just an interesting thing to ponder. I thought, anyway, this came from an animal psychic who was talking to a black cat telepathically. And the black cat told her that you're remembering, you know, 9 lives of the cat. You're remembering that you're living the same life over again. I said it was ridiculous where it came from, where I heard it, but I thought it was an interesting thing to ponder. Because I never understood deja vu, where it comes from. Dreams, but mine's more of a memory. Like I'm remembering, I've experienced this exact same situation before. Again, and it's happening again. Like, yeah, that's almost like reliving the same life over again. Or like a glitch in the matrix, or what am I trying to say? Like some kind of time disorientation.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting though.
Yeah, I like to keep you guessing what I'm going to call it about. And then I got a couple ancient sites for you if you want.
Okay.
Kind of cool. You ever heard of Baalbek?
Yes.
Baalbek.
Baalbek, yes.
Baalbek.
Mm-hmm.
Those stones so big in Lebanon.
Yeah.
When Israel keeps bombing Lebanon.
Yes.
Anyway, someone said they thought they could move those. I think it's the biggest blocks in recorded history in Lebanon, and they're still trying to figure out how they got them there. But someone said that there's some rocks that are magnetic, and they reverse the poles somehow, and then they levitate the rocks, and they're so easy to move you can move them with a finger. And the magnetic is in the rock. You ever heard of a rock that's magnetic?
Oh yeah. Lodestone is magnetic, magnetite is magnetic, iron. I mean, these are all essentially rocks. Yeah.
So maybe they found a rock that was magnetic and reverse polarized and put it on top of another one, and then they could move it along. You know, like a levitation train.
I mean, maybe, but
move long distances from quarries and stuff. They move them like
I don't know. I feel
20 miles.
like we should be able to recreate that if that was the case. I'm not entirely sure. I know that in Baalbek, like the biggest monolithic stone, like it's in situ, which means it's in place. It never left the quarry.
Okay.
So some of them did, but I know this big one didn't.
Okay.
Stone of the pregnant woman.
Well, what they call it, huh?
Mm-hmm. I don't know why they call it that, but yeah. Yeah, it's interesting too. And then, of course, Lebanon being one of the places that Israel is trying to destroy now.
Yeah. They're trying to do what they did to Palestine and Lebanon. But apparently the latest is they took a break, ceasefire in Lebanon. Trump demanded it to show he's not controlled by Israel. That won't last. And I got one more if you want.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to pronounce. I'll just spell it for you. Sacsayhuman, Sacsayhuaman. It's in Peru, built by the Incas. It's made out of andesite, you'll know that rock, or limestone. 200 tons mixed with quartz. That's what I wrote down. I saw it the other day.
200 tons what?
The stone was mixed with quartz.
Hmm.
This is how they're so glued together. So interesting, so large.
Yeah, those are interesting. I gotta wonder if these weren't polymers.
Polymer.
Like ancient concrete. Because I mean, thousands of years people have known how to mix certain materials, and then you add water, and then it hardens like stone.
Yeah,
That's
different shapes.
an old technology, and then the funky shapes could just be because they were using whatever materials they could to make forms. They probably didn't have a lot of trees to cut down to like make perfect forms, so they were using animal skins or something. Who knows what they were using as a form.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's interesting to think about. Yeah. I don't know what that is. I would love to go back in time and watch them build this, whatever it is.
Yeah, we got to be fascinating.
Yeah.
And how quickly they're able to do it, and how, I don't know what I'm trying to say. How their expertise in doing it. And I don't know if I wrote this down. STSQSO crane. I'm kind of looking it up right now. There's supposed to be some huge crane they used to use in these old ancient times.
What is it again?
So that looks like a modern day crane. An STSQSO crane. Yeah, STS. So
STS what?
Container cranes is what I'm looking at. I guess it was a modern day crane. They can lift huge things. Anyway, sorry. I had that written down. I didn't know what it was. I thought it was an old ancient crane, but apparently it's a modern day one. STS crane OCR. Huh. Anyway, just moving big cranes
container
around.
crane. Container crane, also known as a container handling gantry crane or ship-to-shore crane, is a type of large dockside gantry crane found at container terminals. Yeah.
Sorry, that was just brought up with the Bellback. It's something they said they had a big crane back in the day where they, like I said, the rocks could be magnetic. They're levitated and able to push them with a finger.
I mean, they could have been moving it around in certain types of ways. I mean, there's different things they could have been doing. They could have been using lumber, and just balancing it on precarious things to move them around. And I don't know that they weren't using magnetic levitation. I just don't know. I would like to see that recreated somehow. I know I did see, I watched a video a long time ago where some guy was applying an electrical charge to a piece of quartz, like red granite, like the same type of granite that they have in the pyramids, and it was like causing it to vibrate and like float around and move around real easily. So,
cool.
I mean, I don't know. There could be something that we haven't rediscovered or come across yet.
Yeah, you're right though. They could totally recreate that type of rocks they used to use, or just experiment with different rocks to figure out, how to recreate that.
Mm-hmm.
That would be the smartest way, the least effort. Levitate something like this magnetism. Anyway, everything going good?
Yeah.
In life,
I mean,
I'll talk to you for a minute.
as good as it can be, I guess.
Yeah. It was 20 degrees here this morning. We're back to winter, and it's supposed to be 80 on Thursday.
Yeah, there was a cold snap that came through here too. It was like got below 40 again last night. It was like 39 or something. I was like, dang, man. And then like the day before that, it was like almost 90.
Crazy. Change of seasons in like 2 days. Stupid.
Yeah.
All right. Well, good talking to you, Karen.
All right. Yeah, you too.
All right. Take care. Have a great day.
You too.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Lowry is driving. Okay, let me see what you guys have been talking about. I haven't looked in chat. 2 million pound blocks. Lebanon, 300 tons. Howdy Chilster. There's an agent nearby. Like Yeti. Harry and the Hendersons. Oh my gosh, we watched that movie here the other day. Because I was telling my family about how when I was at Universal Studios when I was a teenager, and it was after like Harry and the Hendersons was like had already been out for quite a few years. It was like already an older movie, and we went to Universal Studios and I volunteered to be part of some thing, where they select someone from the audience so that you can, be part of their little demonstration. And it was a demonstration on how they did special effects, and they had and they were using the scene from a Hitchcock movie where they're on the Statue of Liberty's hand, and there's two dudes get into a fight, and one guy is like hanging from the Statue of Liberty hand, and then he falls, and like they recreate this scene. They have like a fake Statue of Liberty hand. I don't know anybody who went to like Universal Studios back in the day would probably know what I'm talking about, but they basically show you how they do stuff in the movies. And so while I was backstage and they were explaining to me like what I was going to do to be part of this little demonstration, out around the corner walks Harry from Harry and the Hendersons, you fucking giant hairy thing. And I just remember sitting there looking at him, and I was like, dude, the eyes, the mouth, like it looked like a Bigfoot. And I was like, this is wild. Like just the way it looked. And cause like, and he came up behind me and I feel something in my hair and I look up and it's freaking Bigfoot. And I was like, what the hell? And I was like, oh my God. And he's like, he didn't talk or anything. And it could have been just the dude who played the character in the movie walking around in the suit. Like that was his job, was to go hang out at, Universal Studios dressed like Harry from the Bigfoot movies. But dude, being like right there next to it, it was kind of trippy how kind of realistic it looked. And maybe it was just shock on my part, but I remember just being totally caught off guard. And I was like, holy crap, there's Bigfoot is picking in my hair. Anyway, it was just weird. So then we had to watch the movie because I was like, dude, you don't even know. It looked so realistic. And it was standing right in front of me. And the movie was hilarious. It was just as entertaining today as it was way back when. I've seen UFO, UAPs. I was saying it out loud. How am I seeing this? I couldn't believe it while it was happening. Yeah, man. Electrostatic cymatics tech. Maybe. True Earth strong and free. Like stone of the pregnant woman is 1,300 tons, 2.6 million pounds. Yeah, but that one never left the quarry. It's in situ, which means it's in place. With scoop marks under it is amazing. Yeah. Enough electric charge can create a magnet. Yeah. 800 and 1,000 tons. There are quarries. The quarry is there. Yeah. But the pregnant woman rock is not. It's in the quarry. Quartz is 7 out of 19 on the hardness scale. Wait, the hardness scale doesn't go up to 19. It only goes up to 10. I think you might have mistyped. What would the form be made of if it takes 1,600 degrees to melt the quartz? Fraser Crane. Fraser Crane's a flat earther, allegedly. Doesn't need to be melt, could be a slurry like cement that hardens. Yes, exactly. $22, 110 boxes underground. Huh. LOL. What are you laughing at? I wish I knew what you guys were laughing at. There's a delay, and I'm like, what did I say that was funny? Bigfoot on the Statue of Liberty is top tier USA. It is. We went, but it was Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Magnetic Hills around. Yeah, granite 7 out of 10. Rockwell Sea hardness scale. Is that in, but when you're talking about minerals, as far as I know, it's only 10. Let me see. I think it's Mohs scale of mineral hardness is qualitative ordinal scale from 1 to 10, characterizing scratch resistance of minerals through the ability of harder material to scratch the softer material. So here you go. Quartz is over here on 7. Topaz, corundum, diamond. So there you go. Calcite down here on a 3. That's why my dog was able to chew my crystal up. I was so upset. Ruby. And diamond, a 10. And marble is really soft. which is why everybody uses it for carving. Marble typically falls between a 3 and 4 in the Mohs scale. Oh, that's cool. That's a cool picture. Is that real? Hornstone, Coral Castle, Florida, yeah. Crystals in the granite would be broken if it was melted. How did they carve lace into marble? Some of those sculptures blow my mind. Yeah, because marble is so soft, you could literally... Yeah, they would just have to use a really tiny tool and take a lot of time, but it could be done. Like, you could do it with like a little... Like this thing right here. You would be able to carve into marble with. I should get some marble. You know what? I think I'll have to look around. I might have marble around here that I can play with. Not right now, but I'll look for it after. And then I'll scratch it and we'll see. I think they use molds. Some of the statues are molds, but if they're marble, it's probably not a mold. They probably carved it. And you could literally use a little teeny point and you get some water and some grit and you just keep going over it. And eventually you're going to get those tiny little things. Because marble is soft enough to do that. Carved in marble, hyper-realistic portrait in stone. Let's see if we can get it. See, these people, they just use pneumatic tools. And pneumatic tools is basically the same, it's the same technology as hammer and a chisel, except instead of your hand doing the hammering, you have a pneumatic machine that's doing the but like super fast. But it's literally the same thing as hammer and a chisel. It's just brute force scraping material away to reveal the sculpture underneath. This dude is kind of crazy for not wearing a mask, though, while doing this, but whatever. I like to see it. Like, so here, you see how he's got this little tool right in the eye. Like, I know it's a power tool, but the only difference is that it's powered with air or electricity, and it makes the little tool spin faster. But this was all possible before tools, just by your hand and a chisel or whatever, you know. There's no special machinery needed to carve wood. Look at it, he's just literally scraping stuff out of the eyeball there with a pointy tool. This is how they do all that stuff. This is how they do it. It's how they do the little net. I mean, literally, you just have somebody there like tweaking out, like making their little scrapes, and so that it comes out looking real. I mean, that's what it is. So here we go. Look at him doing the hair. He's just got a tool and he's just scraping the marble to make it look like hair. Same thing with the net. This is exactly what the guy did who made that cool statue, the one that everybody talks about, where it's like an angel and he's releasing a man from out from under a fishing net. Yeah, this is how they do it. And lots of time and concentration. That's it. There's really no special trick. It's just about being focused and, you know, having the dedication to finish the sculpture, you know? And the limestones ones. Yeah, alabaster too is also very soft, yes. Air chisel, yeah. Tattoo. It's wild the netting didn't crack at all unless it did and we can't see the repair. Or the guy was just very careful. I mean, you got to think about it too, though. These people who did this stuff, like they didn't have anything else to do except that. You know, like there was no, okay, I got to go, you know, mow the lawn and clean my garage. So I got to take a break on this. You know what I'm saying? Or I got to go to work. It was like, that was their job. That was it. That was what they did. Most famous marble sculpture. I can't remember the name of that one with the fishing net, so I'm trying to just find it. Of course, most famous, it's the Pietà. Is one of the most. Here we go. This one, right? Disillusion by Francesco Chiarolo. Ugh. No. Just give me the picture of the sculpture. So yeah, here we go. Now look at it. It's actually not that intricate. It's just making the little spiral lines to make it look like a rope. And then the round part. This part, actually here, this looks like a little broken part maybe. I don't know. I mean, you can kind of see here where it's still connected to the hand. Although it is very good. Very good. Beautiful. It's impressive, for sure. Multiple sculptures in here. It's really kind of awesome too, though, what a beautiful medium marble is for carving. It really is. Got a little snake with scales here. The clothing, the way they make the clothing drape. I mean, it's beautiful. Fine art is definitely a lost art. You know, there's not a lot of people still doing sculptures like this. There is that one guy in Italy, I forget his name. I follow him on Instagram, Iago or whatever. The Veiled Christ, pretty insane. Yeah. You're in the drive-thru at the weed shop and there's 10 cars ahead of you. My God, why don't you guys just get your lazy butts out of the car and go inside? This one is in Sicily. This is in Naples. Well, not Sicily, Naples, I think. This particular statue right here is in Naples. Yeah, Naples, San Severo Chapel. I would love to go see that. I would love to go back to Italy and go back and go to the art museums again. That was really one of my favorite things. And seeing the unfinished works by Michelangelo, where like there's carvings that were like half done, and it looks like there's a figure trying to come out of the stone. Like it looks like it's trying to walk out. It's really, really cool. One of the coolest things you can ever see. Oh yeah, Braylon, okay. But I still think it's done with geopolymer. Okay, well you can think that, but I don't think so. I don't know if there's a geopolymer that can be made that mimics marble. I would like to see that. I know that there's other stones and stuff that, you know, people think they're carvings, but they're definitely poured molds. Anyway, I think it'd be cool to go and like take up close pictures of this. Get it as close as you could to take a picture. That's amazing. It's amazing. Anyway. This, I think, was done with a mold. I mean, look at the weird markings on it. It's almost like they were just hobbying together whatever shape they could to build the blocks. And then that's just how it came out. And this one bulges out a little bit more. This one was not held so tight. You know, I mean, it looks like they placed a bag and then filled it with whatever their polymer was, and then took the bag off and after it cured, and that's what was left. That's what it looks like to me. I would like to maybe even try to redo it. It would be cool. That would be a cool thing to do, like a cool project to do, is to get different types of polymers and then try to recreate it, like to some degree, like see what it looks like when you do it the way you think that it could be done, and it could, like, you could probably learn a lot. You know? It's just interesting. It's very interesting. Making those sculptures with a mold would be harder than carving by hand. I have to agree with you, Billingtano, because how do you get the mold out from all those little nooks and crannies? How? If someone pays for Karen and Ted to go to Italy for a month, then she'll do another Flattoberfest. Oh, that's hilarious. Those little nubs, because that's where they had to cut the bag to let the water drain. I mean, maybe. I mean, I think it would be fun to like experiment and try to see what you could come up with, or what kind of things you could build. And like, you know, I don't know. Because look at all the weird shapes. It just seems like they were just like as they went along, you know. Very interesting. The part under the net would be the hardest to do, yeah. I want to build a castle. If you made sections that lock together, getting everything to match would be a nightmare without precision machinery. Right? So to me, it almost makes sense that it was just like poured there. Because they're like, oh, you can't even get a sheet of paper between the rocks. Well, because one rock set, and once it was cured, then they set up their little form, poured more stuff in. I mean, I don't know. I could be totally wrong. but it just, in my head, it makes sense. You know what I'm saying? If the mold was organic, it would be easy to remove, right? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, they could be using like cloth, or like, probably, my guess is they would be using like animal skins, right? Because they use animal skins to hold like liquids like wine or water, or use them as like water bags or whatever, right? So they could like cut them up and like sew them together and then create like a big animal skin bag where then they could fill it up. And once it starts curing, or it's cured enough, they can remove the skin. I mean, who knows? And you know how when you're doing like cement mold, you have to put like silicone or something in there so that you can take the mold off? They could just be using animal fat, right? It could just be animal grease or butter or something like that. Who knows? Fish oil. They could be using fish oil so that the mold doesn't stick. Bladders. Yeah, bladders. I've seen photos from behind those walls where you can see how the stones are breaking down, exposing the geopolymer. Oh, really? See, that would be a great expedition too, to go and like, because people aren't going to these sites to look for, you know, those specific type of clues or telltale things. I think most of them are just like, wow, it's so cool. How did they do this? And they just take like far away pictures. But I would love to go to these places and be like taking those close-up pictures that probably most people who, when they go there, no, they don't want to take a close-up picture of like the faults and like see where stuff could like be telling you how it could be made. No, they're just taking like backup big pictures, right? So it'd be cool to go to these places and take like, you know, examination photos, evidence photos or something that, you know, probably doesn't cross the mind of most tourists. Even just use concrete? It's an ongoing debate. Yeah, maybe we'll never know. Who knows? Maybe the question will never get answered. But, you know, it would be cool for somebody who had like the resources, or how could we get the resources to do this ourselves just to play around? You know, it'd be fun. Backyard monolith. That sounds like a good reality show. Backyard monolith. Let's build megalithic structures in our backyard and see how far we get. I'm down. Okay, I got a bunch of things open. Squatch. Oof.
These wars fast? Is it because they're trying to prevent what the
By the way, I would really recommend people go check out this Dave Champion guy on YouTube. I've been binge watching his videos. I ordered his books. I have not ordered them as of yet, but this guy basically explains the scam behind the income tax in the most clear and concise way I've seen in quite some time. And, you know, I think it's interesting to watch his videos. It's good to get caught up, but I've ordered his books to do a real deep dive into this information. And as soon as I get through it, I will definitely be sharing with you guys. But just as an aside, if you want to take an interesting look, and he cites like codes and numbers and everything where you can go and like check what he's saying. Because he says repeatedly, this is why I like this guy, because he talks like a flat earther. He's like, listen, you know, he tells you blah, 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 blah. And most people don't believe me. But I ask you, don't believe me, go look for yourself, right? Like, that's what we're all about. Flat earthers are like, look, don't believe me, go investigate it yourself, because I ain't trying to hide, I'm not trying to lie, you know? So I think it's worth a little time, just put it on and listen to what he says, like about SCOTUS rules that ordinary Americans do not know income tax. Never fear an IRS criminal case, easily explained. All this stuff about, and anyway, his books allegedly tell you how to get the deductions, like to stop the deductions from your paycheck at all. And to quit triggering that 1040 or the 1099 or whatever that you get every year with which you have to file your taxes with. So it's worth looking into, especially now, because like one of the things that I keep complaining about is like, how do we make it stop? How do we make the government stop? Well, maybe if we stop funding their war, funding their military industrial complex, and stop giving them all the money, well, maybe that's a way to make it stop. So, and it's legal, 100% legal. So I really implore you guys to go check that out and take a listen. I found this guy on this channel, which is where, on Brandon Joe Williams, where he interviews this guy, because I had not heard about this guy. This guy is actually the guy, if anybody watched America, Freedom to Fascism by Aaron Russo way back in the day. This guy is the guy from that video. He's the one who worked with Aaron Russo exposing the tax fraud. So, definitely worth a listen. He's very knowledgeable, and I love that he's like a really heavily tattooed guy, but he speaks very eloquently, like he's intelligent. And I love that. I love it when tattooed people look like this and then they're smart. That's my jam. Durham rock hard water putty will work for a tabletop model. Oh, that's a good idea. Maybe Scooter doing it like on a smaller scale just to try it out first. Never wrong, but simply mistaken. Look at earth bag homes. Yeah, fill a bag with dirt, plop up a wall, but bags leave folds, creases, seams. Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Like, it looks like those rocks have that, does it not? A great channel is Uncharted X. What's that about? What do they talk about? Doing a curvature for measurement for curvature instead of just denying and insulting. Who's Giovanni? Ken Wheeler the same way, yeah. Actually, I thought about sending this guy's videos to Ken Wheeler because Ken's always complaining about how has to pay so much taxes. I'm like, well, Ken, Mr. Smart Guy who does your research, you should go research that. Yes, I agree, Bill Will. But he's still intelligent, and there's a lot to be learned from him. But we don't have to agree with everything he says. We don't have to agree with everything anybody says. You know? Look at me. I don't agree with everything from anybody. There's certain people I agree with more, and certain people I agree with less. But you know. So anyway... okay, well, it's 2:00. A troll on X? Oh, God. Yeah, can't deny he's a smart guy. Yeah, I still like Ken. I still watch his streams. I still watch his videos. So, anyway... I'm gonna wrap it up. Today is my daughter's birthday, and I'm gonna make her her favorite thing for dinner tonight, which is pasta, and I'm gonna make garlic knots and cheesy bread to go along with it. It's gonna be fantastic, and I hope that you all enjoy the rest of your day and your week, and I will be seeing y'all soon. I'm not sure when exactly. It may be before next Moonday, but definitely on next Moonday for sure. And what else? Anything else? Anybody who wants to can donate to Jack's Recovery Fund for their house fire. Anything else? If Andrew B ever shows up, tell Andrew, let's redo it. Let's schedule it on a time when I can actually be there. And let's try to get some money raised for Jack if you're down for it, if you're listening. If not, oh well. I guess I can text you. And let's see. My flat earth thought exercise. Happy birthday, Karen B. Daughter. Yeah. Thanks, you guys. All right, you guys. Have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day. And I'll see you soon. Bye.
You're spinning with the earth, but I'm not spinning at all. Hi, Hailey. I'm spinning at 120 miles per hour. How about you, Zach? I am spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, but I don't feel it. Oh, fuck.